call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
4412.
Veteran Crisis Hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to safe haven.
Oh yeah, because it's Wednesday night. It's only Wednesday night, and damn, it's cold as hell out there. I hope y'all are staying warm. It's freaking cold, Joe. Oh man. So we're gonna have a show where we're staying inside all warm. We're gonna be going into a lot of couple things. First, I want to ask you guys, because it's something that I've been thinking about since last night's show. And you know, and as even I'm hanging out in this morning, in my show this morning, I'm hanging out in J for Justice. Shout out J for Justice. I'm hanging out in Harsh. Shout out Harsh. And all these people are talking about this book, you know? How much is it, you guys? How much is it? Where can I get it? You know? How about I just buy the damn book? How about I just buy the damn book? I'll skip ahead and I'll go to the last chapter, and then I can summarize it for you live. I won't be able to, you know, because of laws, I won't be able to read it to you probably, but I can read a page and summarize each page, can I not? Right? So I can read it silently if I need to, just one page. And then each page, I will tell you the summary of that page. So I'm just like, you know what? I'll just buy the internet version. I don't need to get, I don't need to take up space for a book I'm not going to read again. So, yeah, we'll get the web version or whatever. and I'll summarize each page, right? We'll just do the last chapter. The last chapter summaries by CJ. Cliff Notes by CJ. Yes, there we go. Cliff Notes by CJ. You know what? Who cares? You know what? Who cares? Screw it. Screw it. We'll say what's up to everybody. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you. No, I'm for real. Let's just buy it tonight. let's just buy it tonight. Screw it. Let's just buy it tonight. Send me the Amazon link for the web version or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't read web books, so I don't know what they're called. I'll go on my Amazon. I'll get it. And we'll set up a show maybe tomorrow. I'll do a show in the daytime. And we'll do a daytime show, and it'll be Cliff Notes by CJ. Yes. Why not? 49er Girl, what's up? Thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 1. Katrina, ticket number 2. Kid Kitty, ticket number 3. Aaliyah, ticket number 4. Caddy, ticket number 5. Thank you for all your hard work out there. And Lynn T as well. Mishy Girl as well. There's a few people out there that were helping out when it came to information when we were on those different shows and chats. So thank you. Appreciate that. And shout out to Jay for Justice for checking out that stuff and kind of exploring that part of it, you know, because boy, is it a rabbit hole. Oh, she's so hilarious too. She's like, I don't know if I want to know more. Oh, she's so awesome. Ticket number 7, Iris. How are you? Miley, ticket number 6, golden ticket. Mary, golden ticket number 8. Gonna be a little bit late. It's all good. Nina, lucky number 8. Thank you. 2 of us got 8. Nevada, golden ticket number 10. Thank you. Be back soon. I actually found it before this one is over. Holy cow. What are you talking about? Mark and Betty, ticket number 14 from the UK. What's up? Nina Kelly, ticket number 15. Thank you. Diana, ticket number 16. Yoli, ticket number 18. Hello. Boy, we had an interesting show. Danny, ticket number 19. Jay for Justice had a lawyer on her show. Was talking some very interesting things. We're going to be checking out a little bit of that tonight too. We're going to be going into a lot of different things tonight. So we're going to be moving quick. But we're not going to have to do it in like a 2 or 3 hour show. I got my coffee ready. I got my pizza for lunch. My water. My vitamins. I'll be honest, I drank a little bit of coffee before the show. Just a little. So we're good. And I'm warm right now, so I'm good to go. Wait, so all this time I yell replies and y'all don't see it? What do you mean? Yeah, I see you chatting. I didn't see whatever you put before that. I don't know. What's up? YouTube's being weird, yo. YouTube's being weird. What's up, Moonlight Rays? Thank you for hopping in. Look at all those emojis. That's neat. Sorry, I'm still I'm like 60-70% right now. So I might have to, blow my nose or whatever. Or maybe get up, with a minute and a half to spare or something, Maybe. Kim Barnier, thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 27. Moonlight, ticket number 23. I'll be here tomorrow too. Hopefully these... Yes, StreamYard. Look, the emojis show up. Yes. The emojis are showing up on StreamYard. Look at that, everybody. Holy crap. Will these show up? Ticket number 31, of course. But look, it's the... What? Do the hearts show up? Hold on a minute. Let me type some hearts in there, and then when I get to it, we'll see. Ticket number 31, Christina. Thank you for all your support out there in the true crime community. Mama 5, how are you? Junior Nana Boomer, number 32, thank you. Thank you so much, Midnight Rays. It's shout out Architect and shout out Grismatically Clever. I drop their links in the beginning of every show. Shout out to them for their artistic abilities to contribute to an intro. You know, I never had an intro. I don't know if anybody knows this. In the beginning of the show, you know, you would always see the intro that I've had from the beginning. So if you go to my first episode, you'll see I have this one intro. It's like 2 minutes long, and it's just, you know, the guitar where I'm playing guitar, right? Because the very first part of every intro is my music, then it goes Architect, then it goes Grismatically Clever. But in the very beginning, it was just mine. And then one day, gosh, it's almost been a year now. One day, Grizz surprised me and he was like, you know, you work so damn hard, man. And he was like, you know, you deserve a frickin' intro. You work so damn hard. You're about the peace and positivity and progress. You deserve a frickin' intro. And the dude just dropped the intro on me. The one where you see the Evil CJ show and the Freddy glove and all that stuff. You know, it was amazing. So shout out to Grizz. You know, he just did it out of the kindness of his heart, you know. And then as things started picking up towards the end of last year, you know, that's when he put together the other edition of that intro where you see the detectives with the boards and the missing flyers and things like that. Yeah, shout out Grizz. But yeah, I don't know if anybody knew that or not from the very beginning. Probably a year ago, he just dropped an intro for me. So thank you. $26. That's not bad. Amazon sells it. All right. What's the book called? Book was written. Yeah. It said co-author. You know what that means? That means they sat down with President Green for a couple minutes and then wrote a book. $23.98. Thank you. Appreciate that, Jason. How you doing tonight? Thank you for hopping in. Oh, 21 on Kindle. I don't have a Kindle. I don't know. I've never bought a web book or whatever they're called before, so I have no idea. But you know what? Screw it. We're Cliff Notes, shout out community. Cliff Notes by CJ. We'll do a Cliff Notes. I'll even get some kind of Cliff Note looking. I'll make up something artistic. You know I will. Danny, ticket number 40. Thank you for hopping in. I think it'd be a lot of fun to do a Cliff Notes. Jess Smith, 36. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate that for you putting that up there. I'm always falling in those rabbit holes. Oh, boy. I love the catty rabbit holes. From 9 minutes ago, and hello. Oh, 9 minutes. YouTube's being buggy. What's up, Angel? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. I just made it in from outside. Yeah. I don't even know what temperature is here. It's 20 something maybe. DS ticket number 25. Look at that. It's showing the emojis from YouTube. That is so cool. That is so neat. Look, the hearts. Yeah, it's not red heart smiley face with blue gloves. It's not that anymore. It actually shows it now. That's so awesome. 72 and raining. Damn, that sounds awesome. We hit 24. Wonderful. Yeah. Ticket number 36. Thank you. What's up, Lola? Oh my gosh, Leah. I'm in my blanket. I got my heater on. I'm in my PJs, sweats. I'm good. I'm warm. We're good. What's up, detective? Yes, thank you, Grizz. Appreciate you very much, bro. He's been one of those from the very beginning. One of the OGs from the very beginning. Cliff Notes by CJ. I think it'd be great, you know? And then, yeah, I think it'd be sweet. Do a collab or something, you know? Be kind of interesting. Get like me and someone else could read the same page and then we both have a summary so you have 2 points of view, you know? I think it'd be interesting. you, you could learn. What's up, Crime Solver? I'm not putting that on screen, but that's damn true. That's damn true. But you know what? Screw it. Let's just get the book, you know? So, what's the book called again? Because let me look it up. Let me go to my Amazon. What's the book called? What's it called? I'll search it right now. And what do I need to search it for? I don't want the audio. I just want the web version text. That's it. I don't even care if it expires because I ain't gonna read it again. It has a long ass title. All right, thank you. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, that is a crazy fucking title. Hold on. I gotta go to my damn YouTube chat to copy this. All right. Jeez, that title, yo. 29.38. It's on sale. I don't want to get it for delivery. What? It's only hardcover? Wait a minute. I don't want to. Man, it's going to be like a week. How do I get the web version? Cuz look. Oh, it's not showing it. Give me 1 second. We got to do the switcheroo. I forgot. Be right back. Oh shit, whoops. All right, so here we go. It says hardcover and then Kindle. So how do I do have Amazon Prime. I do have Amazon Prime. I want to use this one tonight. Give it some brightness. I do have Amazon Prime. Let's all send no. I mean, no, let's just do it. I'm going to send it to your Gmail. Oh, sweet. Okay, thank you, Aaliyah. That's what it is. So, you know, why no. Nobody pay for this damn book. We'll just get it and we'll summarize it. Screw them, you know? Everybody always wants me to read something, you know? Let's do it. The profit goes to the memorial garden. That's where the profit goes. Now the percentages, I don't know. Does anybody know the percentages? Cuz I don't. But everybody always wants me to read something. Hell, I'll read this and I'll summarize it. We'll do it live. I'm promoting the. No, I'm not promoting his book, Iris. I'm promoting CJ's Cliff Notes. That's what's being promoted. CJ's Cliff Notes is what's being promoted, Iris. You see what I'm saying? No. Don't go pay for the book, people. Just come check out the Cliff Notes. It's free. It's free. Hello? See what I'm saying? See where I'm going? Everybody always wants me to read something. I'll summarize it, and you get the Cliff Notes for free. There you go. That's how you combat that shit, right? See what I'm saying? That's how you combat it. I'm gonna do it. I was thinking about it last night. All day today, I was like, tonight I'm gonna ask the community, do y'all want me to get this damn book? And I'm doing it. Right? With my commentary. CJ's Cliff Notes. Listen, you're not donating anything to that. Let's be honest. I said it earlier in J for it's a crayon drawing that's not even filled in. And that's no fault of anybody but the people that are higher up, like the dean of students and Mr. Green, because if they really did, I mean, this is where I'm coming from, if they really did give a shit, it would have already been built before the students started the new year. That's just me. So at least it's not going to go to him. It's going to go to this garden. But this garden, yo, come on, dean of students and Mr. President, like, why were you not, if they were that important, why was this not being designed when the new semester started? Why was it not being designed? And then at the end of the semester, the design was already complete. Nobody would have been around during the construction of it during the summer. And then when the new year starts, you have a great way to memorialize the students and the victims by showing up and having this memorial garden for the brand new school year. Come on. That's if you care like you say you do. So no, we're going to get the book. I'm going to give you the summaries. Nobody needs to go, because that's what I'm saying. I'm on these shows earlier and everybody's like, man, I don't want to buy the book. Maybe we should. And I'm just like, you know what? That just finalized it to me, because last night I'm already thinking about it. Today I'm hearing others talk about buying it, and I'm like, let's just do it. Why everybody pay for the damn thing? Let me just get the damn thing. Let me just commentate on it and summarize it. And then nobody has to spend any money, because you can come watch the video for free. It's not even going to be a members only. It's going to be just for everybody. You know? Because I think it is a joke. They get enough. That money right there, most of it comes from the community that they already suck dry. And it's a bunch of bullshit. Tony, Ticket 19, what's up, Swamp Side? You know what I'm saying, Mary? When they showed that video a couple months ago and he's walking around, the dean of students, he's walking around and he's showing where the garden's going to be, and you're like, it's just a bunch of grass. And then when they like tried to zoom out, and it's like a 2 square foot piece of sand with a rock next to it, and that's supposed to be the visual you're supposed to give us. And it's like, what? And then they take you into the frickin' classroom, and they show you the people that are the students that are designing it, and they haven't even filled in the bushes with color. It's like, what? You have like a drawing that's as big as this notebook, and you haven't even filled in the bushes with color yet. And that's how far we are a couple months ago when it was because remember it was when it was a year anniversary, and that's when they came out with that video and he's walking around talking about it. That was a year after. And that's how far they were. Yeah, to me, if they were that concerned, it's a bunch of BS. Couldn't even fill in the bushes with all the greens, you know? Just the outside. Nothing about the inside. Contribution call out. I want to say thank you. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Crime Solver. It's in such poor taste. What a messed up PR move, right? Thank you so much, Crime Solver, for your contribution to the community and to the show. I really appreciate it. It's what makes sure that this baby's pumping. And also, when it comes to what a messed up PR move, I don't know if you guys have seen the video or not, but there's a lot of people that were asking in the last show about this dirty DNA, the DNA dirty glove video. There it is. And if you want me to play it, let me know. But it's some messed up stuff. When you talk about PR move, check out that PR, and that's reasonable doubt from the very beginning, and that's before a trial date is set. The video that's down there, reasonable doubt before the trial date is even set, when you see the people that were inside this crime scene and you see how they approach the crime scene. Yo, and then you're talking about the DNA that they're talking about to have against. I mean, if you haven't seen it, you need to see it, because your mind is going to be blown with what you see taking place in front of your eyes. I would hope if something like that happened to any of my loved ones, or hell, another soul on the damn planet, if that's how a crime scene is treated, we got problems. We have problems. Because if that's how you approach the crime scene, and you're supposed to be educated in that position on how to approach a crime scene, and that's how you approach a crime scene, what the hell are you even doing in that position if that's how you're going to approach a crime scene? I'm telling you, you know what? We'll just start up here. Yeah, is this, hold on, I'll play it for everybody here in a second. It's only like 14 minutes or something. It ain't long. Is there a way that I have Amazon Prime. Is there a way that I can get the web version? Oh, wait, email. Aaliyah, I don't have an email. I don't have nothing in Gmail. It's horrible. Yeah, especially with all what the Consalvas are still missing, you know? Right. Just wait. I mean, and shout out to the Inquisitor. Shout out to the Inquisitor. I should have made a video a long ass time ago when we first talked about it. But after it got brought up again last night, and I brought it up again and I showed you guys the videos, I'm like, you know what? This is just too egregious. This is just too egregious at this point. It's too egregious. So I'm like, screw it. I stayed up until 3 in the morning working on that damn thing. That's why it didn't come out until 4 in the morning this morning. I stayed up till 3 in the morning working on that damn thing. But it needed to be done because I'm like, it's just egregious. So let me know. I don't see it yet. I'm going to get to this video. Let me know if you send it to me, Aaliyah, or where you send it. So this is the video about the DNA, dirty gloves, and whatever else. Because right when you see what all they touch, and then you see where else they were touching shit inside, you're like, the DNA that's all over them dirty gloves, number one, and whatever the hell else after that, because they were around and touched a lot of shit, people. And when you see them approach the crime scene like this, can you imagine what they did on the inside? On the inside. It's horrible. So you'll know this is last night because I'm wearing a different hoodie, okay? And Taylor want training records, and they not be supplied. Because she knows one of the first people that came in there made a mistake. How many people weren't wearing gloves? How many people weren't wearing booties? Hell, people, when we're going through the drone footage and you see the lady drop a latex glove on the ground, it gets stepped on 3 separate times. They put it in a damn bag and they don't even change their gloves and throw them in the same bag that they picked up the glove that was stepped on the ground 3 damn times. Three damn times. And you're saying that the DNA, the touch transfer DNA that's in the most protected part of the sheath is for sure the person that committed this crime, and you done dropped your glove on the leafy dirt. The leafy dirt, you done dropped it. And we're talking skin cells. Damn, it sounds so contaminated. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to pull up that video real quick and I'm going to show you. All right. So here's the drone. Stepped on the glove 3 separate times. See it right there? Stepped on it. You can see it on the ground. She's already had her foot on it. She steps off of it. She says, "Hey, there's a grant." She's putting gloves on. Look at that. She put gloves on. She noticed it was already on the ground. Then why wouldn't you pick up the glove with your hands without a glove? Why wouldn't you pick up the glove and then take the glove off that you picked up around it, put it in, It's on the ground. Now she's putting on gloves. She already notices because she just pointed it out. Steps on. Wow, more than that. And then gets more clean glove. You just touched that glove and now you're digging into a box of more clean gloves. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what the fuck that is. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? You don't even you pick it up and then you grab more gloves to put in your pocket. The glove's on the ground as soon as it zooms in. Hell, it might even be stepped on more than that. Puts on the right glove, points down. There's a glove on the ground, just the right glove. Now putting on the left glove. Step, step. Is that how? Ooh. It's dangerous, man. That's dangerous. And you're going off of the DNA you're going off of. Mm-hmm. Careless as hell. I mean, it's just crazy. It's already on the ground when it zooms in. It's already on the ground, points at it, puts on the right glove, puts on the left one, step, step, again, and twisted on it. You see the shit flying off when she picks it up, and then you just grab more gloves. Whose fucking DNA was on the ground there? Whose DNA? Like, think about it. They're boots. The bottom of the lady's boots. So the DNA. What's up, April? Ticket 66. So the DNA. Look, when it comes to, like, I tell you about the coffee cup in the grocery store, and, and then next thing you know, I'm here, then your shit's here, and you weren't even here, right? When you seriously think what DNA could be on the bottom of this fucking shoe, seriously, think about it. Everywhere you're walking, you're picking up skin cells everywhere. Everywhere that you walk, because where does the dead skin go? It goes on the damn ground, yo. It's gravity and in the air. So imagine all of the spots that those boots have been that day. The I mean, just watch when she goes to right before she picks it up, she does a little twist. Does a little twist. Watch. Like what could be on the bottom of those boots? You know what I'm saying? Not only the ground, the bottom of the boots. She's stepping on the glove right now. See it right here? You can already see it. Stepped on it again as it comes in. She stepped on it again. Right foot, left foot. Left foot is on the glove partially. Hey, there's a glove. Right foot touches it again. Left foot completely steps on it this time, and look. And goes right for more fucking clean gloves. And goes right for more fucking clean gloves. How do you have a fucking job? How do you have that fucking job? How do you have a fucking job? Right there. How do you have a fucking job when before you even enter a crime scene, you're tossing a glove that was all over the dirt, that it was stepped on multiple times from the boots of another. Who knows what DNA they walked on and collected that then got transferred to that. Any pet owners out there? You know, when you're cleaning up after your pet, you know, and you pick it up and then you take the glove off. You know how you leave all the contamination inside of the glove, you take it off to throw away. You don't even have to, I mean, come on. Take it off inside out and pull it up around so it keeps everything in. And you don't even do that before you walk into a quadruple fucking homicide crime scene. How do you have a fucking job when that, dude, that's the first day of class, man. That's the first day of class. That's as easy as filling out your damn name at the top. Like, it's the first day of class. Dude, this right here, you don't think this is not going to be shown? You really? The fuck? Okay, that's fine. Everything is fine. Mistakes happen. The glove fell out. You know, glove fell out. But when you literally pick up a glove when you know it's been stepped on because you're fucking looking at it multiple times, and right before you pick it up, you're like, hey, enough to smack the lady's thigh to get her to move her legs so you can pick up the glove, and you literally just toss it in there and just go for grab for more clean shit. That alone, that alone, look at that coat. Just touch the glove on the other lady. Now she just picked up the bag that the other lady fucking touched. Now they got a whole bunch of clean gloves in their pocket. And look at this. All of this shit being touched. Look at this. Now I'm going to open the same gloves that have the DNA from the ground and the bottom of the lady's shoes. And you're going to tell me there's not reasonable doubt when it comes to skin cells on the most protected part of the sheep. Yo. How does this? Oh, just wait. There's more. I'm going to show you where else they showed up, everybody. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Just wait. How do you even, like, that's the first day of class. Just wait. The first day of class. And look at all the shit she is touching. Look at all the shit. Yeah, not even the first day of class. I'm just being generous, you know? I'm just being generous. See where else they show up, everybody. Just wait. But just think, all the spit and who knows what else that this lady walked around. There's a reason I said inside and outside. So look who's in there, people. All right. Guess who? Guess who? Dirty glove. Inside. So you got the lady with the shorter hair. Okay. Again, I'm going to here. I'll rewind this. I'm going to share this again. You got the lady with the short hair. We're going to see her first. See her hair? We're going to see the lady with the short hair first. Then we're going to see the lady with pulled up hair second. All right. Lady with the shorter hair first. Then you'll see the lady with the pulled up hair second. This is such bullshit, everybody. Guess who's walking all over? Look at that. Lady with the pulled up hair. Such bullshit. Such bullshit. That's not looking good. Dirty glove lady. Yes. And this is what took place when they first showed up. Glove on the ground, stepping all over it multiple times. I mean, come on. The gloves. It's easy as grabbing the other one that's contaminated, pulling the other one around it, tossing it in the bag. No. Let's just toss it in the bag and continue to get more clean gloves to then put in our pocket. And then we're going to proceed to open that bag and go through all the items. And then go into the crime scene, just like I showed you. And I will share the video for that. You know, it was, I can't remember what news source it was, but this was somebody that posted it on Twitter. If you have the original video, send it to me as well. Right here. Ain't that crazy? No, it wasn't just some people looking at some tire tracks. It was people that were walking in there, not just taking pictures of dirt. They were taking pictures of all sorts of stuff, everybody. The crime scene. So again, when you approach a crime scene, let me get to it. When you approach a crime scene like this, when you approach, because you just showed up, when you approach a crime scene like this, and then we also see you inside that crime scene, how is there not reasonable doubt right off the frickin' bat before there's even a trial date? When you're talking about the type of DNA that we're talking about, because you know damn well if there was no DNA in the PCA, there wouldn't be a fucking PCA. Or Exhibit A now by Brett Payne. It doesn't matter what they have on now. That's why I'm referring you guys that you have to understand. It doesn't matter what they're wearing because are they not wearing protective equipment in this picture too? Right? They're wearing protective equipment in this picture just like they are in the other video. Just like this, right? It's not about what you're wearing. It's about how you're approaching the crime scene. And when this is how you approach a crime scene, how can I trust that you didn't approach the inside the same way as you approached this one? Oh, guess what, Becky? It's okay if you stepped all over a bunch of shit. Here, let me just fix it and we'll take a new picture. How do I know that you're not Yo, they're wearing protective equipment in each one. It's how you approach it. And this is where you would be the most effective, okay? Before you walk in and you're this would where you would be most effective in that profession. No, am I wrong? You're sitting at a tailgate and you're going through your shit. You're at the lowest blood pressure, heart rate of the whole day at that point. And it's just going to go up and up and up as you get closer to that door. And right here, this is where, and this is how you're going to approach this? How can I trust when I can't trust the protective equipment right here to not be contaminated? When I can't trust this protective equipment to not be contaminated because of what you see, then how can I trust the other protective equipment not to be contaminated? Because if you approached this one this way, man, I'd hate to see how you approach the inside. Because if this is what you're going to do, if that's what you're going to do when you show up, and let's be honest, a fucking glove, are we going to be worried about the cost of one latex glove compared to the contamination? So it's as easy as, like I said, a pet owner. You take the latex glove off and you throw the dookie in the garbage. No contamination anywhere, right? Somebody done fucked up. And shout out to the Inquisitor. Let me go to my description here. And let me share the link. Shout out to the Inquisitor. Amazing drone footage. Amazing drone footage. It doesn't matter if they're wearing protective equipment here. Because who says that protective equipment isn't contaminated like the other protective equipment? You don't think this is going to... Come on. The same people, yo. You guys know who that is, right? You guys know who the lady is that has her hair up, right? You guys know who that is, right? Come on, you guys. Jess Smith. All right, let me go. I starred some of your guys' comments because I wanted to let this thing play. Just so you guys could see the other part that was added. Here, let me go over here for a second. Let me see. I'll just flip me over here. Oh, crime solver. Ding, 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 ding. Now, I don't have a straight up front photo, but you know what I mean. You go look at the other. You know what I'm saying? There's other photos out there where it's up in the ponytail. I don't know what the hairstyle is. I can't tell you. I have no idea. So I'm just saying ponytail. So forgive my ignorance. All right, let me get to some of these starred comments here. Let me see here. They should have had hairnets even while outside in the back of the vehicle while getting their gloves and bags ready. It just makes you wonder if this is how you approach it. If that's how you approach it, then how do I know that? You know what I'm saying? You just picked up a glove that had been stepped on multiple times. Who knows where that boot's been? Who knows what's in the parking lot? And it could have been as easy as pulling the glove off and which that normally is, what you're supposed to do. Unfortunately, they went inside too. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just outside. Green has healed and moved on. Yeah. Oh, Crime Solver. Hold on one second. Contribution call out. Thank you, Crime Solver. Hope so. Well, we'll see. We're going to do a review on it. Thank you very much for the contribution, Crime Solver. That area where these ladies should be off limits because the perps leaving the scene, there could have been footprints or shoe prints in there, and they just drove. Well, even that back parking lot, how they treated that back parking lot. They just taped off. They just taped off up to the trees. They didn't tape off anything else. So, that back parking lot as well. Did I get a chance to look at the screenshot of the boot prints and footprints on the side of the Chapin's? No, I did not. Email? Let me know. The cars. There's a bunch of emails I still have to get to. I've just been so sick here. Ooh, thank you. We got a new law and crime video that just dropped. We're going to check that out. Thank you for the breaking news, Caddy. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Mary, number one, their cars shouldn't even be in the driveway, right? It's a crime scene. Number two, no booties, no feet. No booties on feet. Number three, this thing with the gloves. Number four, all these people going through the house doing who knows what, right? That's what I'm saying. How can it not, when you see this shit, how can it not be reasonable doubt before there's a trial date? Talk to me. Call out your ticket number. Your ticket number is your like number. For if you do hit the like, just chat your ticket number and I'll call your ticket because I'm here to serve you. Again, if you want the link to that video, let me know, and let me know what you think in the comments section. Let's have a conversation because to me, some crazy shit. While I'm not a police procedure expert, but the optics here are not good. They are not, are they? It's the hokey pokey crime scene. And you shake it all about, I don't know. Shout out the Inquisitor, man. And I wish I would have made some earlier. We had talked about it. Gosh, I think it was back when I was in Idaho. We had talked about it when I was in Idaho last November. It was one of those. Year specials that we did when I was there in Idaho, and we discussed it then, and then discussed it a little more recently within the last month or two. And I don't know. It was just, I don't know, with the way that all of this shit from, like with everything that's been going down since the end of November with all these hearings and then this shit right here that I was showing in the beginning, the beginning, because I wasn't even planning on getting into it. It was just, I'm sitting here explaining to everybody what I've been talking about since November and how this shit's just is just laying out. And then I'm just using this other video for a conversation again, just to show, like, yo, this is what the hell. Discarded Christmas gift. Oh, you'd be amazed who all, I mean, shout out Jay for Justice. She's so awesome. She was digging into some of the stuff that we sent, and thank you. I appreciate that. That helps. She was digging into some of the stuff that we sent, and it was crazy. The owners of this and that and the connections, and then she was showing the reviews on the book and who was doing the reviews on the book and what the, you know what I mean? Like, it was so awesome. I can't wait to do a show with her one day. I think me and her, our mental will just tear through shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way that she digs through shit and the way that my mind digs through shit, you have two bulldozers going at the same time. You know what I mean? We're just going, we're just plowing through that shit, throwing out common sense from both sides of the fence. It'd be fucking amazing. And then you mix our personalities too. Shit. That's not just a popcorn ball. That's a popcorn ball with caramel all around it. Come on. Yeah, I watched Jay for Justice for a long time. For a long time. It's been a long time. Yeah, it would be a great one day. I know she's busy. I'm always available. So if you ever come across this, Jay, hey, whenever you want, day or night, whatever day, I don't give a shit. Let me know. Let's do it. And anytime after that, too, let's do it. All right, so let's get to this new law and crime. Judge makes concrete ruling on DNA. Right? The whole, let's go to the document part again here. The whole public order for disclosure of IGG information. If you want to see me kind of discuss these documents, specifically the one that dropped on the 12th, go to last night's show. In the beginning of the episode, I went through the latest document in the beginning, just skip to it, and then I kind of explain how the other documents are laid out, what I've been saying since November, late October, November, and then doubled down on after the November court hearing in early November, because I'm just like, I don't see it, y'all. They've been telling us this shit this whole time. History repeats itself, So if you want to check that part out, go to last night's episode. You'll see it's about like 10 minutes before I get into the whole dirty glove shit. All right. So let's get to this law and crime. I'm going to check my emails here, then we'll get to some of this other stuff. And I'm just going to get to your guys' shit tonight. Screw it. I got a whole bunch of other shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things. But screw it. I'm going to go through your guys' shit. We'll do my shit tomorrow if we have to. All right. This is law and crime. Let me get you the link. And we're going to go ahead and check this out. So this is going to be their spin. I can't wait to hear this. Where's Court TV? Court TV didn't have a spin on it yet, right? No? I want to see Vinny in his fucking... I bet you Vinny's wearing a fucking navy blue jacket and a navy blue tie with a white shirt. Watch. Vinny's wearing that. Where's Court TV's version? I'd love to see. Does Court TV have a version of the latest documents that dropped? I would love to hear theirs. All right, let's check it out. Law and crime. Here we go.
I'll review some potentially key DNA evidence in the case against the accused murderer.
Hey, Jesse, if you want to review some potentially key DNA. Check out this video, Jesse Weber. The DNA, dirty gloves, and whatever else while outside of a crime scene. You want to talk about checking out a video about DNA? Shit.
Break down the judge's ruling with law professor Jules Epstein.
Check that
Welcome
one out,
to
Jesse.
Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
Yeah.
I'm Jesse Weber.
Welcome to the Evil CJ show, Jesse.
All right, so
right?
Update for you in the Brian Koberger case, and the question is, how big of a deal is it? What do we make of it? Now, to recap,
I want to pause this real quick, and that's interesting. I paused it right here. Coffee Cake. I love the name because I love coffee cake, and damn, it sounds so good right now with my coffee. Unfortunately, I just don't have any, but I do have coffee, so that's good. But when it comes to, and I've always said this, when it comes to, and it is important, and I even use it in my arguments when people want to send me fucking shit about, you never went for criminal justice, you never went to school, so you have no right to talk. And it's like, guess what? I think with my fucking head, right? I think with my fucking head. And when I'm coming in a position where I'm about innocent until proven guilty, because it could be any of us, this could be a family member, this could be a friend, it could be a neighbor, it could be somebody that you just saw at Walmart one time. It could be anybody. But the thing is it could be you. And if there is, for any reason, because I'm not sitting here exploring, I applaud all these LEs that are going out there and having these press conferences with transparency and having these people come up talking, and there's no gaslighting and there's nothing. You see the PCAs and it's straight up legit and all these other things, right? But when it comes to, because it could be any one of us, when it comes to maybe somebody being falsely convicted, just because, you have to look at it as a jury member. I could tell you these shows are this much of personal and this much of frickin' innocent until proven guilty. So when that much are questions, it's like, man, because there's other cases out there where it's like, yo, this dude is dead to rights. But when you see the shit that I showed you again, the DNA, dirty gloves, and whatever else while outside of a crime scene, and then you're talking about the kind of DNA that they're discussing, linking this individual, and then all the other things that have been, when you arrest BK and you can't even offer the tip that led you to the arrest, why? When the community's asking you, why are you telling the community that the community, there's no reason to worry, when on your own damn website, there's a thing on there that says, is the community in danger? Well, the community is always going to be in danger. Here, let's just take you to it real quick, because I want to be, exactly how it's said. So let's see. It's going to take a minute to navigate. So this is what it says. Is the public in danger, right? It'll take a minute. I got to wait because it's an archive. Come on. There we go. All right. Is the public in danger And it says right here, okay? Anytime, get out of there. Anytime there is a crime against a person, there is a potential danger to the general public. However, detectives believe these crimes were targeted. As always, stay vigilant and look out for one another. You go back to an earlier date, same thing. You go back to an earlier date, same thing. Same thing. So when you can't even answer to the public from the first press conference that you waited 3 days to have, and they're asking you that first press conference, people that live in that community that are worried because there's not even a profile, there's not even been a press conference when usually there's one right off the bat. So you wait 3 days and then you come out and then you are continuing to tell the community that there's nothing to worry about and that you're collecting the evidence. And when they ask you, how can you say that the community has nothing to worry about? And anytime that you're asked that question, all the way through December, when you're asked that same question, and every answer you offer is this right here. The DNA, dirty gloves, and whatever else while outside of a crime scene. And when you're talking about the DNA that we're talking about for this individual right here, if it was me, and there is a chance that I maybe did, because we all don't know if he did or not. He could be 100% guilty. He could be 100% innocent. None of us know. And if we do, we're not on YouTube. Or if we are, then we're talking to spirits. Nobody knows. So if this was your family member, and who gives a hell if they have a criminal justice degree or not? I don't give a shit. I would want somebody shouting innocent until proven guilty, even if it was some dude that had no criminal justice degree. Right? Now, to the main question, do I feel that BK watches these shows? Yes. You know he's got a tablet, and you know he's got YouTube, and you know from the beginning of the other people that were in the cells, they were talking about how he would just watch stuff about his case and his case only. So when of course, he can't like and he can't subscribe and he can't type in chat, but I guarantee you he watches these videos. So why am I gonna? Because I don't know if this dude's innocent or not. What I do know is there's a lot of motherfucking questions, yo. That's what I do know. And when there's that many questions with something, I don't give a fuck if nobody else is asking. I'm asking. Because what if that was you? Wouldn't you want me to do that for you, crime solver? Wouldn't you want me to do that for you, Yoli? Tony, Mary, Tracy, Michelle? What's up? Thank you for checking out the show. Michelle, wouldn't you want me to do it for you if you were in this position? I mean, I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, when that trial comes, we're there. You're getting this mental with that trial. We're showing it off a little bit when it comes to the OJ 2020 or OJ 25. We'll be starting that members only live stuff coming up again this weekend. Sorry, I got hit with a huge virus. I never knew jails had YouTube. Yeah, there's a tablet. Where do you think check it out? They got email, tablets. They got tablets. And when you got a tablet, you have access to different things. So you're going to have access to books. You're going to have access to videos. Now, there's going to be restrictions, but think about it. Are they going to restrict shows that talks about his case? I doubt it. I doubt it. This is 2023, 2024. You don't think they don't have tablets? You know he has tablets. Hell yeah, you can get a degree in prison. I think he's going to be exonerated. I mean, I'm just saying, when you got people treating the crime scene like this and approaching it that way, how do you know when they're all up in here? How do you know it's not approached the same way? You know? How do you know? You don't. And what if that was you? What if you had people outside your driveway? You know what I'm saying? You had people outside your driveway doing this with the dirty glove, right? People outside your driveway doing all this with the dirty glove, and then you see them inside doing this with the crime scene of your loved one. And wait a minute, I just watched you walk right when you showed up. I just watched you walk all over a glove like 5 times, and then somebody else picked it up and nobody changed their gloves? Huh? How do you trust that then? They're wearing protective equipment in both shots. Hey, they're wearing a white suit and black gloves. Yeah, guess what? I noticed that when I first watched the video, and I was like, it's not about what they're wearing, because if you're paying attention to what they're wearing, then you're looking past this and what they did. Right? So, yeah, they're wearing black gloves and a white suit, but guess what? It's called What Happened Here before they even went inside there, and this is how you approach a crime scene. How do I know you didn't approach it inside there the same way, or even worse? You know? And you're talking about this much freaking DNA? You're talking like this much DNA? What? And you don't even have the weapon. And yet, listen, all the questions. You want to talk about bombshell? This is bombshell right here, because I don't know how this video does not fucking show, and shout out the Inquisitor, I don't know how this video does not show reasonable freaking doubt from the fucking day everything was going down. I don't understand. And you know they were in there doing a whole bunch of shit. All right, we're going to get to this law and crime here. It's just a whatever night. I'm getting through all your shit, so I'll be checking my email here in a second. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. Because there's a new feature now on YouTube, I want to say, if you're not subscribed and you've made it this far, please consider subscribing. It'll glow down there for you at the bottom. And please hit the like if I've earned the like. It is the free way to help out the show. And I appreciate your contributions, everybody, for real. Because it's all this stuff right here. It's the community. I give you my creative passion. Like I speak about in my About Me. It's the creative passion that I offer. That's what makes me different. Aw, that's okay, Katrina. I would be quiet. So, yeah. All right, let's get to this law and crime here. Jesse Weber, you need to check out the glove video.
Ryan Kohberger's defense attorneys can now review some potentially key
check it
DNA
out.
evidence in the case against the accused murderer. We break down the judge's ruling with law professor Jules Epstein. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, so we have an update for you in the Brian Kohberger case. And the question is, how big of a deal is it? What do we make of it? Now, to recap, Brian Kohberger is the Washington State University grad student accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students back in November of 2022. Ethan Chapin, Zana Kernodle, Haley Gonsalves, and Madison Mogan. They were all found stabbed to death inside of a large off-campus rental house at the University of Idaho. There was a massive police investigation as basically the entire Moscow Police Department started looking for who did this. And after this massive investigation, about 6 weeks after the murders, authorities arrested then 28-year-old Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in Pennsylvania, where he was spending Christmas break. They extradited him back to Idaho. They charged him with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary. A grand jury looked over the evidence that prosecutors collected and officially indicted Brian Kohberger on the charges, and the state has announced that it will be seeking death penalty. Now, while a trial date has been set yet, we are moving towards an actual trial. In fact, prosecutor Bill Thompson has asked for it to be set for this summer. We'll wait and see if that actually happens. But one of the central issues in this case, one of the key pieces of evidence that we have talked about extensively here on Sidebar is DNA, right? Because that DNA from a knife sheath left behind at the crime scene is linked to Brian Kohberger. Authorities were able to make a familial match of the DNA to Kohberger's father. They did this by collecting trash from outside the Kohberger's home in Pennsylvania. Then after Kohberger was arrested, authorities took a cheek swab from him. Court documents reveal that the DNA recovered from the sheath is an almost identical match to Kohberger. Well, now the defense may have been given a win. Maybe. For that, let me bring in Jules Epstein,
A win.
Edward D. Allbaum Professor of Law at Temple University Beasley School of Law, our resident.
I have a love-hate relationship with this dude. I'm just going to be upfront from the beginning, everybody. So if you're... oh, boy. So if you're new to the show... if you're new to the show, I love some of the shit this guy says, and some of the shit I'm just like... So, it's a love-hate, all right? Yeah, right, Crime Solver? It's a love-hate relationship. It's a love-hate relationship.
Evidence expert
Oh,
on
boy.
Sidebar. So good to see you.
So you might get strawberry and you might get some vanilla. Sorry.
I think this is going to be the last one that I say Happy New Year. I've said it. It's already, what is it? It's already in the middle of January, but I'm going to give you my final Happy New Year. Happy New Year, sir.
And back to you, and hopefully a great new year for everybody.
I hope so, too. So I'm happy to talk to you about this because let me just give everybody a preamble here. We know that Kohberger's defense team for months has been asking the prosecution to turn over DNA records, the materials that were held by the FBI and this private lab, Othram, that apparently performed the DNA tests in the case. Prosecution fought back on this, saying they didn't have access to the records because they were in the custody of the FBI. They said they never saw them.
See?
And they even requested a protective order. The judge in this case, Judge John Judge, that's his name, reviewed the materials, and he has ordered the prosecution that they have to turn over to the defense some DNA records about investigative genetic genealogy used in the case. Again, namely
redacted in headers. Blank pages with headers and redacted documents, yo.
how the material was entered into a public genealogy database.
That's as loud as the sound goes. Here, let me turn down my music.
Court said the court has now completed its review of the information provided by the state and orders the state to discover to the defense a portion of the IgG information. With all of that, what do you think?
Yeah,
It
buddy.
may be much ado about nothing. Let me try and tell you
Right?
why.
Thank you.
What you called familial DNA searching
What did I
is a
say?
means to an end. In other words, it's an investigation. And so
What did I say since freaking October, November? Come on. I'm going to do some Hulk Hogan shit, huh? I love you, bro.
it's a tool.
I might hate you in a minute, but I
And
love you right now.
If you find some DNA at a crime scene and you run it through the database and it doesn't hit on an individual, you next expand the search criteria, so to speak. Is it close to anybody's? Okay, it's close to dad. Well, we know dad wasn't there. Who's dad related to? Son. And then, as you put it, they got the confirmatory DNA. So this is a complaint about how did you get me, not am I the guy?
Right?
If I'm correct on that, unless there are other DNA records that raise problems. the issues are not what will the jury hear, because juries don't normally hear about your dad's DNA or your cousin's in the database or whatever. The issue is, can I, the defendant, challenge that in some way? You violated my privacy or my family's privacy or the privacy of other people, or you violated some state law, because one or two states ban familial searching. I don't believe that to be the case in this state.
No.
So
they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. There is no beef, right? There's no beef with the people upstairs. There's no beef with the people upstairs. The beef is the ones that jumped the frickin' gun on the damn tip. It's why I keep talking about the press conferences leading up to the late December, you guys. And if you listen to the little key words of plurals, they weren't on to BK. No, they didn't follow him. We can agree to disagree. I don't think they followed him at all. At all. I don't even think that he really was in their damn crosshairs until the end of frickin' December. That's why the Exhibit A from Brett Payne is rushed. That's why he wasn't even brought in for questioning. It was a boom, bam, grab. All of these different things, and then the stuff that you're telling the community just a couple days before. No, it's almost like somebody's sitting there waiting for the first ticket to fall, and they're just going to grab it and start running when they're like looking down going, wait, I got more. I got more. I got more. This is just a tidbit. You guys, you went from ISP to Othram, however the hell you pronounce it, Othram. You go to ISP, then you go to, and this is just within weeks, people. This isn't Othram. You go to Othram when there's nothing else left. When there's nothing else left. When there's all hope lost. That's when you go to Othram. And you're telling me within a couple weeks you're already shipping it to Othram? No, you weren't getting satisfaction right off the fucking bat. So you're like, you know what? This isn't going to work. I mean, you only had so much. You know what? This isn't going to work. We're going to ship it to cold case because there's only so much left if there was. Because who says they weren't retesting the shit that ISP was testing, yo? You know what I mean? Think under the surface. Who says Othram wasn't testing the same shit that was used for tests from ISP? Think about it. Is all hope lost if you still have it on the sheath? No, all hope is lost when you can't find nothing. You've used all the DNA up with fresh tests, and all hope is lost. So then you send it to a cold case laboratory that loves the opportunity to already have DNA on a swab, right? Because they have to look for the DNA to get it on the damn swab first. So they specialize. Oh, shit. What a perfect opportunity. We get it on the swab already. It's Christmas in fucking November, Moscow. We're going to say thank you, and we're going to put it on our cheap-ass 1980s fucking yellow flashing sign that you got plastic letters to stick on. It's not even in the damn sky or on a pole. It's in the damn fucking front lawn, and you're going to say thank you, Moscow, for your opportunity. Like it's a 5-year-old's birthday fucking party. For real? A 5-year-old's birthday party? Fucking what? Y'all ain't seen that picture? Somebody send it to me. It's a big old thank you to that fucking cheap ass 1980s come buy our car for $1,500 on the side of a fucking cheap ass car dealership that has 4 fucking cars and 3 of them have dented front doors. You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of shit. Somebody send it to me. Let me know and I'll show it. You know what I'm talking about because it's there. All right, let me see here. Yeah. Okay, swamp side. So let me see. What is this picture here? Okay, so the wheel tracks. Can I zoom in? Yes. All right, so let me share this with you real quick. So it says boot print here and right there. I thought those were supposed to... It's hard to tell. Is that... Let me see if that's fully zoomed in. All right, we're fully zoomed in. Is there a better quality? I mean, let me see. Let me save that and I'll look at it some more. It makes me wonder if it's part of the track. Because see how, like, long they are? But I don't know. And that's heel. I don't know. When you look at when we watched that drone footage before, let me go back to it real quick while we show it. And you see these rocks. You see that it looks like there's footprints that are here. I sent them to myself. Give me 1 second. And we'll be getting back to the Edon stuff here soon too. Let me see. That's not it. I sent it to myself because it looks like boot prints on the side of the house. Okay, that's not it. There we go. Is that showing them? Yes. Okay, here we go. So when you're looking at this, right, that looks like a boot print because there's no other melting rocks with snow and it's wet. And it looks like a brick is missing because you got discoloration down there at the bottom. Am I covering it up? Hold on. Let me go up here. All right. So you see the discoloration. What's up, Darkling? When you see the discoloration right here from the bricks, right? There was obviously a brick there. Well, when you look at the other pictures, and it's on the drone footage, I'll share the link again. Shout out the Inquisitor. It's on the drone footage, and when it zooms in, you can see there's like these stones that are already knocked over down there. So it's like somebody stepped right here, and this looks like the heel of a boot, and this looks like the front where your toes are, right? Because you look at the rest of it, there's no other melting snow on rocks, but it's something that's wet. I need to like oil this thing or something. Do you guys hear it squeak? But look at the discoloration. The wheelbase on the tracks is too short. Let me go back to that. I don't know. Let me where did this picture come from? And then wheeler tracks, four-wheeler tracks. Yeah, that definitely looks like four-wheeler tracks. Yes. And you almost like heard one all flying around the grub truck. You know what I mean? So where did this come from? I'd like to take my own screenshot and then have the clearest... Yeah, right, Yoli? And I would like to have the clearest photo I can of this. So can you send me the video or let me know where I can get one? I would like to take a screenshot myself. All right, let's go back to this guy. It's what I've been saying, yo, since November.
Brian will face, assuming I'm correct, is that
Barefoot toe.
his privacy rights are
It
not
looks like a
really
boot.
violated when you're looking in a database and find.
And I'm going to drop the link. It won't have the title, but I'm going to drop the link to that drone footage from the Inquisitor that shows the dirty glove, and it shows all of that. You just watch past when it goes to the back of the house, and it'll do all its zooms. Trust me, it's great drone footage. Shout out again, the Inquisitor. I'm going to drop the link in chat for that video.
Finding his father's DNA. So I'm not sure where they're going to go with this. The only other thing I can think of is sort of a garbage in, garbage out argument that they got the wrong information in this intergenerational search, that somehow polluted everything else. But to me, it doesn't answer. Once you arrest him and you take that cheek swab and you match it to the sheath, how we got there is not, to me, a significant trial issue.
By the way, talking about complicated legal issues in the Kohberger criminal case, I got to say, even in personal injury cases like lawsuits, which you would think are relatively straightforward, they can be really complicated. And that's aside from the fact that it's also incredibly scary if you get hurt. Knowing what to do next, where to turn, it's not so simple. Well, our partner and sponsor of this video, Morgan & Morgan, the largest injury law firm in America, may be able to help in all of this. That is because Morgan & Morgan,
because they're everywhere,
easy for you because they've completely modernized by dialing pound law. That's pound 529 on your phone. All right, let's get back into it with Brian Kohberger. So if, for example, we had a situation, and the way that I understand...
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not, I'm going to go back to it. I'm not saying at all it's not different. I'm just curious if I'm able to know if I can watch the video, or because I want to. It's just like, like for me to save it, then it'll be diluted. So I would like to be able to like take the screenshot and have the most clearest version of it possible, because I'd like to look more into it. That's what I'm saying. Not questioning it. I would like to look more into it.
The DNA was not the end all be all, as you said, that they used that to arrest him. It was a tool that they then used to further investigate him. And we know the evidence about everything else. If it comes out that was used as the sole way to arrest him, or the sole rationale to arrest him, could that be a legal issue? Is that the concern, one of the concerns from the defense, that this was the end all be all, that it wasn't just a tool, that it was used more than the prosecution is claiming right now? Let's first start there, if that's going to be an issue for Brian Kohberger to exploit.
Okay. It's certainly an issue for the defense to look at. I'm not sure there's much law that supports it.
Okay.
Again, let me give you an analogy.
What?
Suppose somebody just called the police and said, yo, there's a father in Pennsylvania, check their DNA, and they check their DNA. However they got to dad, that's not something Ryan can complain about, because his personal rights were not violated.
Mm-hmm.
So that unless there's a state law that says anyone who's affected by a familial DNA search has what we call standing, the right to say, hey, I can object to this, I'm not sure where it goes. Is there an argument I haven't been made familiar with? Possibly. I can tell you that having researched this in the last 24 hours to refresh my memory on familial DNA after I got your kind invitation, there are, as I said, only a couple of states that limit it by law.
Well, first of all, you're not combing through the Brian Kohberger documents on a regular basis without me even saying anything. First, big surprise there. But more importantly than that,
wow,
just the way that I understand it, the FBI...
Jesse, that's on you, bro. You should know what your guests are educated in and familiar with, sir. Right? You know what I mean? I'm not going to make my guests uncomfortable and talk about shit that they're not either comfortable talking about or aren't interested in talking about. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't have to know anything about these cases. You just have to have common sense. But damn, dude, you sat there and you thought that this dude was watching all these documents? That's on you, dude. You should know more about your guests.
I constructed this family tree through IGG, through investigative genetic genealogy. And then the FBI then sent that tip to local law enforcement about Brian Koberger. That's when they got the trash.
What? Hold on.
And the defense.
I'm not sure why. How do I? What did Nightbot just do? What the hell? Hold on. Crime Solver, I don't know what the hell. 5 seconds? I don't know what that is, dude. I don't know. I just saw it happen. Nightbot went crazy the first night that I had Nightbot, and then all of a sudden I saw Nightbot do that, and I'm like, there was nothing wrong with what the hell Crime Solver said. Hold on. Yeah, it says by Nightbot. Do your homework, Jesse. That's wrong, Nightbot. Hold on a minute. Hold on. What the hell? Nightbot has been doing so good for so long, and now all of a sudden, oh wow, it says top chatter, Detective Golden. Let's see top chatters. What? Oh wow, Detective Golden hit the 1,000 message sent mark. Kib Kitties number 2 with 712, Katrina Miller with 523, Lynn T with 501, Yoli with 432, Caddy Crime. I mean, here it is right here. If you want to see the top 10 chatters in the last week, right there. While I figure this Nightbot shit out. Give me a second. Give me a second. What the hell, Nightbot? I'm sorry, Crime Solver. We're going to fix that. What the hell? What could it be? Okay, let me see here. There. All right, that should be fixed. Is there a save button for this shit or what? No, there's not. All right, it should be fixed now. So you shouldn't get What's up, Sandra? I know, Nightbot. Damn, yo. Nightbot, you had 3 or 4 days off when I was sick, Nightbot? You didn't get a rest? Damn. What, Nightbot did something again, Katrina? Oh shit, what happened? I think okay. Nightbot should be good. Sorry about that. All right. Now you got to hey, I didn't know that. That's cool. I'm gonna have to start showing the top 10 chatters of the damn Detective Golden. 1,000. Holy shit. That's a lot. That's crazy. Shout out to Detective Golden. Golden ticket number 1 for top chatter. All right, let's go back to this law and crime episode and let's listen to the guy that hasn't been going through any of these documents recently.
Wants to know specific details about how law enforcement used IGG to identify Koberger as the suspect, which we just talked about. But it seems they may also want to know about testing that was done on other male DNA found at the scene. So now we're talking about potential other suspects that may have been overlooked by law enforcement.
I wonder if any of those potential suspects were on the bottom of this lady's boot. Just asking. I'm just wondering. Could some of it be from that lady's boot? They were taking pictures of everything. You know what they do when they take pictures? What else do they do, people? You touch stuff also, do you not?
Because now they have the materials to go through. It's a small win for them, I guess, in that sense. But the idea of now maybe using it to point the finger at somebody else, should we expect that?
There are two things
I
you
told
can
you,
do
it's
with
2024.
evidence like that. If there's some other person's DNA at the scene, A, to the extent the police did not follow up, you have an argument of a flawed or incomplete investigation. And there's actually a U.S. Supreme Court case that says there's a right for the defense to say, wait a minute, you didn't check everything. Needless to say, if we can...
And you didn't check out the drone footage that was released just right then. You didn't check that drone footage. Man, I bet... could you have... okay, this is my question. Man, I wish... Anybody, can you answer me this question? If they check this drone footage, and let me share the Inquisitor's channel again real quick. If they checked this drone footage, would this even be on YouTube? And I'm asking seriously. Here's the link to the drone footage, the Inquisitor. Again, I'm going to keep dropping it. Amazing drone footage. And what I mean is this video right here. If they saw all this, you know what I mean? They saw all the stuff taking place right here. Right? They saw all of it. Would this video still be available on YouTube? If the investigators, if anybody investigating this crime checked this drone footage, because look, the drone footage was released. It was dropped November 19th. That's when it was dropped. What's the video link? foxnews.com video. They got a link in there for a video too. So I don't know. Maybe their footage was used on Fox News. But when you see all this, and what I mean is if you're investigating this case, and you see your own do this kind of foolery, would this still be available on YouTube? Because you can't tell me that this doesn't show reasonable frickin' doubt when it comes to the stuff that Law and Crime's talking about. You know what I mean? The shit's transferred. What's transferred? I don't know. Whatever might be transferred from the bottom of the boot to the glove, from the one glove to the other glove, to all this other shit. And if this is how you promote this, I mean, not promote, if this is how you practice your profession, then how in the hell can I trust you right here? How can I trust you? And what I'm saying is if they came across this, would this be available anymore? Would this be part of the case? Would this be it? No, I guess it wouldn't be, would it? If they really truly checked this video, then I guess it wouldn't be available, right? Because it would be, right? You know what I'm saying? If they had to have not here. Shout out the Inquisitor again. They had to have. No, maybe they didn't see this. And if you've seen this, wouldn't you do something to get it off the I mean, come on, everybody. You look at what takes place. You see what the hell happens. And then you see where they're at afterwards. And if this is how you practice it, what the hell, yo? It's not like they had Brian's freaking red stuff. They didn't have Brian's red stuff. They didn't. They had touch DNA skin cells that are in the most protected part of the button on the sheath. When you listen to all the investigators and all the professionals, they all tell you there's no telling how long it was there. It's just, I don't know. Would this? I'm just curious because I don't know. How can you not? You know what I mean? How can you not go, yo, that's reasonable fucking doubt right off the bat? Right off the bat. All right, let me get back to law and crime and listen to the guy that hasn't read the documents recently again.
Identify the source, say it's Jules Epstein, and it turns out Jules Epstein has a pattern of break-ins or something.
And they were getting mad at people because they were calling them incompetent from the first day. And they were getting mad saying that, come on. Who, and this has nothing to do with the brothers above because all they can do is what's asked of them. It has everything to do with the local. That's who has the decisions. Too big for your fucking britches. It sucks. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It could lead the defense to say, we have an alternative suspect. So it's alternative suspect and or inadequate investigation based on what you're telling me.
And to be clear, also, the reason we're speculating a little bit about what the defense has or what they're going to do with it is because in the order from the judge, it says, quote, the specific material to be provided is set forth in a sealed order to protect the privacy of the IGG information, including individuals on the family tree. Walk me through what the concern is there. Is it giving away the methodologies of law enforcement? Is it also protecting who on the family tree? Walk us through why there's privacy here.
Well, maybe it's just that in that family tree, there's cousin Jesse and cousin Jules who don't want to be known as the relatives.
That's why I love him, because he talks like me, man. It's like, yeah, Becky and Susie, Becky and Susie are talking to Jimmy at the water cooler, right? I create this whole story for you guys in your mind.
So Brian, the judge is saying, okay, I got that.
That's why I love him.
I'm going to give you the information, but I'm either going to white out the names of Jesse and Jules, or I'm telling you, defense lawyers, you can't disclose that further because Jesse and Jules have their own privacy interests, and I'm trying to balance Ryan's needs to to present a defense and third-party privacy. That's what I took that to mean.
And to be clear also about why there's so much talk about the DNA, because I've made this argument before. I think it is such a strong piece of evidence. Some would say the linchpin of the whole case. Some have said the smoking gun of the case.
Jesse, you got to look at the video, bro. Jesse Weber. I know you probably won't, but I'm just saying the DNA dirty gloves and whatever else while outside of the crime scene. If you're on Twitter, put it out there on Twitter. If you're on YouTube, share it in a community post. Share it to whatever, Seriously, this shit's crazy, man. And I think if they would have came across it, I don't think it would be available for us to watch anymore. Wouldn't it be part of the gag order? Wouldn't it be part of the gag order? Right? Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. I would think, though. I would think if Ann Taylor saw that shit, would it not? Right? I mean, come on. It's right there. It ain't doctored. Give me a, shit.
Just to put a bow on this.
Put a bow on that, Jesse.
On that knife sheath, it shows how unique the protein sequences are. So the National Institute of Justice has
put a bow on that.
Quote, a collection of these can give nearly irrefutable evidence statistically of a person's identity because the likelihood of two unrelated people having the same number of repeated sequences in these regions becomes increasingly small as more regions are analyzed. And in the prosecution's filing in this case, they say, quote, the STR profile is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the defendant is the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. And I have said this before, but I always look to the Jerry Burns case in Iowa, which we covered here on Long Crime. This is a guy who was convicted of murdering Michelle Martinko back in the 1970s, a cold case for decades. There was no eyewitnesses. There was no surveillance. There was no text messages. There was no GPS data. They took crime scene DNA, blood, compared it to data from a genealogical database that got a pool of people, including Burns. They then collected a straw he discarded at a restaurant, and the DNA on the straw was consistent with the blood on Martinko's dress. They were able to match his DNA. Now, this is a little.
I never heard of that case.
Right? I mean, I've interviewed other experts about this before, and they said, well,
Golden Ticket
DNA that's on the
83.
knife
Thank you,
sheath
Terry.
may not be as strong as, for example, the Martinko case because you might not be dealing.
The Martinko, yeah, dude. When you talk about how strong the DNA is, Jesse, somebody's got to send this to Jesse. You know, send this shit to Jesse. Send it to Jennifer Coffindoffer. Send it to fucking Banfield. Send it to fucking all these people. I know I ain't going to get the credit for it. I don't give a shit. The Inquisitor should definitely get the credit for having the drone footage. These news nations should be playing it. Who gives a fuck what my opinion is, right? It ain't about me. See what they think of the fucking shit and be like, yo, what's your take on this? Like, what is your take on this when you talk about this little bow that you're... Yo, you obviously ain't seen this shit. I want to say thank you so much. Contribution call out to Jeanette Shepard for the $2 super chat. Love your channel and your honesty, and thank you for your contribution to the community and for your peace, positivity, and progressive approach to the atmosphere that we have for everybody here already. So thank you very much. Did you see his Yeah, that was a crazy interview, right? That was. Jesse needs to watch that video.
With something like
there is no
blood.
bow, Jesse.
Walk me through, if we can, Jules, the strength of this DNA
The shoes
on
are
the
loose.
knife sheath and how big of a role it's going to play and how much the defense can actually question its accuracy.
There are a couple of possibilities. One is they say they're wrong. Number two is they say it's somehow contaminated. Number three,
it's somehow contaminated. This is, dude, I don't know. I'm just going to quit saying it because I could probably say it a whole shit ton.
It's going to play and how much the defense can actually...
You got to watch the Dirty Gloves.
Accuracy.
I mean...
There are a couple of possibilities. One is they say they're wrong. Number two is they say it's somehow contaminated.
Yeah.
Number three, innocent touch evidence. I go to a store, I pick up this knife. Oh, this
the
is
bottom of the fucking boot, bro.
Okay.
The bottom of the boot.
I'm not suggesting the strength of any of those arguments, but the flip side is of all the knife sheaths that happened to be found at the crime scene,
the bottom of the boot,
one that
bro.
you just happen to touch at a knife store, where we also know you're driving around that night and so on and so forth. It seems to me to be a tremendously powerful piece of circumstantial evidence, assuming the DNA analysis was done well.
Right. And since we're bringing up Jimmy and Susie and Katie, who says that Jimmy and Susie and Katie weren't sharing a lollipop, and then you had the lady on the right walk over that spot, and next thing you know, Susie and Jimmy and Katie, who? We don't know how many people were outside. We don't know how many people went inside.
I mean,
oh boy,
the idea here that out of all places, not only
this is
out of all the knife sheets, forget about
I got something interesting for you guys
not on the
after
carpet,
this.
the DNA not
More
has to be
DNA
explained
stuff.
away, right? I'm not saying his DNA is there, but it's not like we're talking about his DNA on all these places in the house because it was a party house. People went there. Out of all places, it's on the knife sheath. What seems to be the housing for the potential murder weapon, even though it hasn't been recovered. It just is such a powerful piece of evidence, and I can understand why the defense wants to question in any which way. So we'll see. We'll see where this goes. I think the defense has been quite creative.
You sounding like Vinny now, but we'll see. We'll see. You're sounding like Vinny, bro.
In their defenses, and so I'm going to be eager to see what comes from it. But Jules Epstein, thank you so much for coming on. Always appreciate your insight. I wanted to get your perspective on this. Thank you again.
Thank you for all that you do on giving.
Yeah, and Jesse, you gotta know, you gotta know where your guests shine, you gotta know where your guests shine. It's something that you need to do as a host. It's part of your homework, bro. You shouldn't have put him in a position to comment on documents and shit when he didn't even, he had to hurry up and refresh them. He never even was paying attention to him the whole time. We have plenty of people here that are paying attention to the documents all the time. This dude wasn't paying attention to any of them. You got to know, Jesse. It's part of your job as a respectful host to make sure that you don't put your guests in a situation where they can fall down a hole because of nothing of their own. You know what I'm saying? Why? Come on. There's people that don't know how to ask questions, and there's people that don't know how to approach their guests with respect in 150. Why are you going to ask somebody that lost their family member how they're doing? Be more prepared. Be more prepared if you're going to be in the position where you're going to ask somebody in that position questions. You should never ask them how they're doing. You should already frickin' know. You ask them about positive memories to start it off, because when you ask them about positive memories, they remember the positive and happy things right off from the bat, and then you don't put them in a position where they... You know what I mean? What do you do when you ask, how you doing? The first question, you're reminding them of their pain. No, the first question should be, what's the happiest memory you have? Because it's true crime. It's true crime. The stuff we talk about is cruel. But come on. You give everybody 150 and look what the planet would be. It would be a fucking love ball. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a big ass love ball, people. All right. There is an episode, and we're going to go into it here in a little bit. Let me get to that real quick. Now, this is something from the Presumption podcast, and it just came out a little while ago. And so I'm going to share this, but we're not going to get to this yet. We're going to get to a couple small things here real quick. So this is Presumption Podcast. Here's the link for it. If you're not subbed, definitely go sub already. Great videos. The first, I'm going to share the one with CC Moore, because that one is very interesting when it comes to DNA. Let me see. This was right here. So I'm going to share this one. This was the one with CC Moore. Okay. Definitely, it's worth a watch. If you haven't seen it yet, Presumption Podcast. You don't see CC Moore on the thumbnail, but you do see the genealogy of Brian Koberger with CC Moore. That's the latest link that I dropped for you. Now, there's a new episode that we're going to watch, and it's called The Constitutionality of Forensic Genetic Genealogy with Professor Natalie Graham. So we're going to get to that here in a second. They definitely deserve some love. So if you're not subbed, definitely go show some love. Go hit the sub Drop a comment on the video. Thank you for the number 85 ticket, Jason. Appreciate it. Drop a comment on a video. Drop a like. Drop a sub. Great podcast. So we're going to go to that in a minute. One thing that I'm going to check out is something that we were discussing earlier when Jay for Justice was doing her show, and I'm going to share her channel real quick because we're going to watch one of the videos that she had on the show earlier. So give me 1 second. Is Nightbot been okay? Are we good? Are we good with Nightbot? Let me get rid of some of these websites here. And I'm going to buy that book. So I need to know if there's... I didn't get an email, Aaliyah. Where did you send it? Let me know where you sent the info. Is there a read-only on Amazon? Like where I can get it off the web? Or is there a place that I can get it off the web where I can just read it from a web browser or a PDF or something? Let me know. All right, so this is J for Justice. Give me 1 second. And we were talking about this earlier. This was she was starting to talk about the book, and she was getting into the book. And didn't I drop the channel? I guess not. And she was getting into the book, and then I kind of was like, you got to look up this Idaho Statesman video, when it comes to all the other shit that Green's been getting into, all the stuff that we've... Check out my University Power playlist that I have. Just go to my playlist section, and I have University Power, and we go through a lot of the shit, because right when I went out to Moscow and Pullman, right towards the end of the trip, so it'll be the last few shows of... Actually, probably most of the on-location shows. When I did shows on location, I was already talking about it. And then especially right after I came back, we were really getting into it. So, yeah, shout out to Casper West, too. So I hope, I'm glad that people are kind of seeing what the hell's, and we got this vote coming here in a few weeks in February for this University Online Phoenix deal, and I hope it don't go through. All right, we're going to watch this video. This has to do with the tons of crows on top of a house.
This is Ari.
Hi, Ari. My name is Sage Francetage, and I was just dropping off some paperwork for clients on street here in Moscow, and happened to see a bunch of crows hanging out on top of a house across the street, and I was just wondering if something had happened. I've seen somewhere that like crows and vultures can hang out where people are, dead inside the house. Certainly, I hope that's not the case. But
crows and vultures.
Figured I'd just call and have someone check on that property.
Okay, what's the address? And how do you spell that? Okay. And you said that was in Moscow, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 1 second for me. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. And what's your name one more time for me?
I'm Sage, S-A-G-E.
And what's the number you can be reached at, Sage? Okay.
Redacted.
And would you like phone contact after, or is it not needed?
It's not needed. Yeah, I just want to make sure, whoever's there is, yeah. So there's like a ton of crows. There's a ton of crows on the roof. I've never seen so many crows just hanging out on the roof before. So yeah, just thought I'd call it in.
Okay. 1 second.
What? For real? Oh, Leah, that's so awesome. Oh, wow.
Okay. Okay. And when did you see this?
Oh, this was just in the last 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. And how do you spell your last name, Sage?
What?
Francetage, so France, like the country.
Uh-huh.
Then C as in Tom, I as in ice, C as in cats, and H as in house.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
I want to say, hold on a minute. I want to say thank you so much. Oh, Leah. No fucking way. You just gifted the book, the Kindle library. You just gifted the book. Oh my gosh, that is so awesome of you. Contribution call out to Aaliyah. Thank you so much. Let me find a frickin' comment. Where did you go? Right there. Thank you so much. Right here. Tomorrow, CJ's Cliff Notes, everybody. CJ's Cliff Notes, live, fresh. Aaliyah, do me a favor. Let me know what works out better for you when it comes to you being able to be in the show that I do live, whether it's the daytime or the evening. Let me know, Aaliyah, and I want to make sure that you, whatever is better, whether it's the morning shows or the night shows, whichever, let me know. And tomorrow I will make sure that we do the Cliff Note show, whether it's the morning or night. You decide. It's your choice. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that is so awesome of you. I appreciate it so much. Oh, I never even. Wow. Wow. Thank you. For real. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to be doing Cliff Notes. You decide, Aaliyah, if it's a daytime show or an evening show, please. Thank you so much. This is Jay from Justice. Here, let me put her channel back up there. Wow. Crows do have meetings. Man, that is so awesome. If you would like to, I can do anytime. Well, let me know. If you'd like to hop up on panel, and we can each read, because you have it too, right? We could each read a page at a time, and then we could summarize each page and what we, it's up to you. Only if you're comfortable, just let me know. But seriously, either day or night, I'm doing it. That's what CJ's Cliff Notes. We're not copying nothing. I'm just giving you a summary. That's it. I'm reading it and I'm telling you what I'm summarizing. Aaliyah, if you're comfortable and you would like to, let me know. and we could each talk about, you know, each page. I don't know how many pages is that the final chapter. I don't know. I haven't read it, so if there's reference points or anything like that, I mean, that's so awesome. Or if you want to wait till the weekend, we can do it on a weekend. Totally fine. Just let me know. Wow, thank you so much. That is so crazy. Thank you. This is a 911 call about crows, and the guy says Sage, and I always mess up that last name. If somebody wants to French, I'm gonna fuck it up. So if somebody wants to type it in, Sage, Frenchish, you know, he's calling in 911. There's a ton of crows on top of a house. Usually, you know, because from what he was told, that's usually a sign that there's a dead body, and he wanted somebody to check. And then towards the end of the call, you know, because at first he was only calling because he was concerned because of the crows collecting and what he heard. So he called because he was concerned, but then at the end of the call, he wasn't so concerned. And it's, you'll hear it. It's crazy.
Police Fire Dispatch, this is Ari.
Hi, Ari. My name is Sage Francetic, and I was just dropping off some paperwork for clients on street here in Moscow, and happened to see a bunch of crows hanging out on top of a house across the street, and I was just wondering if something had happened. I've seen somewhere that like crows and vultures can hang out where people are, you know, dead inside the house. Certainly, I hope that's not the case, but I figured I'd just call and have someone check on that property.
Okay, what's the address? And how do you spell that?
That's how you spell all of it. That's how you spell all of it. Saw a ton of crows on a roof at this address and got concerned. He would like a welfare check done to make sure everything's okay. Back to the video.
Okay. And you said that was in Moscow, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, one second for me.
Right, Katrina?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. And what's your name one more time for me?
I'm Sage, S-A-G-E.
And what's the number you can be reached at, Sage?
Oh, Leah, thank you so much. Wow. I'm still in shock.
And would you like phone contact after, or is it not needed?
It's not needed. Yeah, I just want to make sure, you know, whoever's there is, yeah. There's like a ton of crows. There's a ton of crows on the roof. I've never seen so many crows just hanging out on the roof before. Yeah, just thought I'd call it in.
Okay. 1 second.
Yeah, this is a real thing, Crime Solve. Here's the link to this video. This is from J for Justice. Shout out J for Justice. Here's the link. Go show it some love. Leave a comment and a like. Free way to help. This is a serious fucking recording here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you see this?
Oh, this was just in the last 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. And how do you spell your last name, Sage?
Francetic, so France, like the country.
Uh-huh.
Then C as in Tom, I as in ice, C as in cats, and H as in house.
Okay. And what's your date of birth, Sage? Okay. And what's your address?
We already know.
Is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I will get an officer out to check, and just to make sure, and I'm sorry, just to confirm, did you want phone contact afterwards, or you don't need it?
No.
Not concerned.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. I will get an officer out to go check, and I just wanted to let you know you have a very unique and very cool name. I really like it.
Oh, thanks, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. Did she say, you have a really unique, I like it. What? What? This is on a fucking 911 call?
Unique and very cool name. I really like it.
Oh.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. An officer out to check, and just to make sure, and I'm sorry, just to confirm, did you want phone contact afterwards, or you don't need it?
So she wanted your phone number too, huh?
No.
No, it's fair. They do. When I called Moscow PD a week or two ago or whatever, they asked me if I wanted a call back, and no, I don't need a call back. I just want you to go check the back parking lot, because people are spreading dumb shit about this green car.
It's a house.
And it's dark back there, and it's a lady that drives it, and she shouldn't be in danger.
Okay, I will get an officer out to check, and just to make sure, and I'm sorry, just to confirm, did you want phone contact afterwards, or you don't need it?
No.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. I will get an officer out to go check, and I just wanted to let you know you have a very unique and very cool name. I really like it.
Oh, thanks, sorry.
Yeah, okay. You have a good day, okay?
You too, thank you.
Okay.
It's got the date right on the screen. So, it was August 21st, 2022. Man, what the hell? How is that even get a room, right, crime solver? How is that even professional? Who ends a freaking, you don't even get that, That's like something you'd get at the McDonald's drive-thru, when they're like scanning your car. Oh, that's a very cute name. That's at McDonald's drive-thru. That's not a fucking 911 operator, The lady, the chick at fucking McDonald's is saying that shit to you in the drive-thru, not the freaking 911. What the hell? What the hell? Then it's gonna be recorded. It's gonna be recorded. What the hell, yo? Okay. Shout out Caddy. That same person, guess what? Because we like promoting this. It's the city of, let me be the first like. We're gonna promote this. This is the city of Moscow, Idaho. This is some good shit right here. Okay. We're gonna go to the big screen. Kaboom. We're gonna fly me up over here. All right. And we're gonna watch Moscow, Idaho. There's the link. And we're gonna watch the same person that was on. And you definitely, let me share the link to the number one thumb. Ticket number one. Let me I want to share Jay for Justice's video that she did earlier, the link as well. Because you have to go fast forward to the part where she starts talking about the book, okay? And then watch that. Okay, let me see here. It looks like she put out a short video too. Let's save that and let's check it out to end the show. It was a great show today. It was a really great show. So let me go to the live section, and this was 4 hours ago. So here's the link to this. And like I said, skip ahead to the part where you see her. I mean, it's a great conversation with the lawyer, but with what we're talking about right now, skip ahead to the part where she starts reading the book, and then you'll kind of see. And Mishy Girl, there was a lot of people in chat that were in this chat when we were discussing it. Wasn't not a it was like a piece of art. That live stream was beautiful. The stream that J for Justice presented, and the chat, and just the community experience with it was a beautiful piece of art. This show was, for sure. So I'm not gonna play it, but this is where she starts talking about the book. So you know, or wait, even before that. Okay, so she starts talking about the book. Oh, she's got a timestamp about the University of Idaho and University of Phoenix, but really go back to the book where she starts talking about the book. Right here. So it'll be your timestamp. It's already put in there. Here's the link for this. Definitely watch this. It was great. And so this is the same guy, and you'll see what we mean when she kind of goes into this guy too, because she gets into it. That's why I'm referring it. This is the same guy. Shout out, Caddy. Thank you for all your hard work. This is the same guy that, we watch these from time to time. They always have interesting shit, whether it's Fry calling Kobe and Dollinger calling Jordan, because he's got one more trophy. He's got one more trophy than Chief Fry now, so you know who's going to be the new chief. So here's him again. Moscow, Idaho, city of Moscow. Is Nightbot doing more shit or what? Is this going to play? Oh, hold on. I must have to fast forward a little bit. I thought it started right away.
Good evening, everybody. It's Tuesday, January 16th, 2024, and this is a regular meeting of the Moscow City Council. Julia.
Yes, let's stand if you're able and join me in the pledge.
Julia.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you all. First up on the agenda tonight is the consent agenda, and this consists of items that have been previously considered by Public Works and Finance or the administrative committees, and broadly consist of items that are not controversial or are very routine in nature. And, oh, by the way, any item can be pulled by any member of the council for separate consideration.
He didn't look at me because I wanted to pull it. I was actually going to move to approve it.
Well, that's a good move.
I'll second whatever that was. I mean, did you move?
Sandra
did. Her.
So, okay. Haley.
It's a good time.
Sandra.
It's a good time.
Gina.
Hi.
Julia.
Hi.
Right.
Oh, good. Hey, listen, everybody. Listen, when it comes to those Tuesday nights in Moscow, at the where they have these city council meetings, it's a great time, y'all. They get the punch out. They get the punch, the sherbet punch. They get the crackers with the sour cream and chives on them. The snack crackers, the sherbet punch, the big old bowl with the spoon. It's a great old good time on a Tuesday night. Get together.
Right. Okay. Consent agenda is done. Next up, going down are mayor's appointments. And tonight I have a few appointments. The slate is Sage Francetic or Mexetich now for the fair and affordable housing.
Okay, what'd you just say, buddy? You changed your name? What?
Her.
So, okay, Haley.
Aye.
Sandra.
Aye.
Gina.
Aye.
Julia.
Aye.
Bryce. Aye. Okay.
CJ.
Consent agenda
Aye.
is done. Next up, going down are mayor's appointments. And tonight I have a few appointments. The slate is Sage Francetic or Mexetich now for the Fair and Affordable Housing Commission with an expiration date of December 31st, 2026. Stefan Yossi for the Moscow Arts Commission, expiring 12/31/2027. Jacob Wilson, Moscow Arts Commission, expiring 12/31/26. Eleanor Evans, Historic Preservation Commission, expiring 12/31/2026.
Lit.
And Sally Green, Parks and Rec Commission, expiring 12/31/2025.
Mr. Mayor, I move.
Oh, you know, after this is over, that the curtains drop and that shit, that bass starts bumping, and it's like a rave in that place. You know.
We approve the slew of commissioner appointments as presented.
Thank you.
They get the glow sticks out.
By Sandra.
Glow sticks and sherbet punch, y'all. Woo, we're acting wild tonight.
Okay, Sandra.
Aye.
Gina.
Aye.
Bryce. Aye. Julia.
Aye.
And Haley.
Aye.
Okay, those folks are approved. And at this time, we generally take a moment or two for the people who are now our freshly minted commissioners. If you'd like to come up,
Glow sticks.
podium, say hi, say a few words, anything on your mind, please feel free to do so.
Glow sticks.
Don't forget to say your name at the first.
Oh, God.
Thank you so much.
They got
My name
the
is
name
Sage
already.
Meketich. Recently changed my name just before the tail end of the year.
That's probably when he took down that photo that we saw on J for Justice, was when he changed his name, right, y'all? Whoever was in that show, do you think that's when he took that photo down? Is when he changed his name recently?
I serve as a real estate broker in
Yes.
Moscow and Pullman areas, more broadly Latah, Nez Perce, and Whitman counties. And I'm
Shout
a
out,
broker and owner
Caddy.
of Blue Sky Real Estate as well as Green Grass Real Estate. Been a realtor now for about 8 years and looked very much forward to the opportunity to apply for the Fair and Affordable Housing Commission, something I care a lot about and have kind of been intimately involved in over the years. I've also helped Nils with some projects for the Moscow Affordable Housing Trust. So, yeah, it's just great to be more involved with the city of Moscow. And as a born and raised Moscow citizen, I look forward to continuing.
I'm surprised you didn't say as a born and raised Mosconian. Like, you know, like you don't call yourself a Mosconian. What do you call yourself a Mosconian? You would have to, right? Mosconian? Right? That's what you'd be called. A Mosconian. Mosconian. That's like a bold. That's like clad in black. Mosconian is like clad in black. You know, it's. You know, you got the big sword and the bushy beard and the fur, right? And the mud and the dirt all over your arms, and you haven't taken a bath in 2 days, and you're a Mosconian. Right? Mosconian. That wears Stetson. The Mosconian Stetson cloud. That's the Mosconian Stetson cloud.
The work of the city of Moscow and the Moscow Affordable Housing Trust and
the
Fair and Affordable Housing Commission. Excuse me, Fair and Affordable Housing Commission.
All the things.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I think you're a
for your
good fit for it, Sage. Rocket. Thank you.
Sage.
Thank you, Sage.
I'm sorry. I was too busy laughing my ass off. I need to hear that again. I apologize.
Don't forget to say your name at the first.
Wow, oh my gosh, they're even reminding him whoa. Did he not even okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. When you have the host telling you don't forget to say your name, they've probably already had a conversation and he didn't know what to do, and they're like, yo, that's pretty embarrassing if they're going to sit there before you even, as you're walking up to the microphone and you don't even start, the dude's going to be like, yo, don't forget to say your name. That means that they know he ain't prepared for shit.
Expiring 12/31/2027.
They already knew.
Jacob Wilson, Moscow Arts Commission, expiring 12/31/26. Eleanor Evans, Historic Preservation Commission, expiring 12/31/2026. And Sally Green, Parks and Rec Commission, expiring 12/31/2025.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the slew of commissioner appointments as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
And seconded by Sandra. Okay, Sandra.
Aye.
Gina.
Aye.
Bryce.
Aye.
Julia.
Aye.
And Haley.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Those folks are approved. And at this time, we generally take a moment or two for the people who are now our freshly minted commissioners.
Freshly
If you'd like
minted.
to come up, podium, say hi, say a few words, anything on your mind.
Okay, so they're freshly minted. So is this guy man, I always lose that word too. Somebody that's always overdoing their position. Damn it. Micromanaging. Is this just a situation of micromanaging, or is this a situation where they knew this guy wasn't gonna? Because why would you interrupt somebody as they're walking up and say, "Don't forget to say your name"? That's embarrassing as hell. Why, wouldn't you think, like, why are you telling me not to forget that? I already know that, right? I already know how to put my right foot in front of my left. So is this guy just a micromanager? Yeah, he's a freshly minted. I better remind him, don't forget to fill out your name on your test.
Please feel free to do so.
Don't forget to fill out your name on your test.
Don't forget to say your name at the first.
Thank you so much. My name is Sage Maketich. Recently changed my name just before the tail end of the year. I serve as a real estate broker in Moscow and Pullman areas, more broadly Latah, Nez Perce, and Whitman counties. And I'm the broker and owner of Blue Sky Real Estate as well as Green Grass Real Estate. Been a realtor now for about 8 years and looked very much forward to the opportunity to apply for the Fair and Affordable Housing Commission, something I care a lot about and have kind of been intimately involved in over the years. I've also helped Nils with some projects for the Moscow Affordable Housing Trust. So, yeah, it's just great to be more involved with the city of Moscow. And as a born and raised Moscow citizen, I look forward to continuing the work of the city of Moscow and the Moscow Affordable Housing Trust and Fair and Affordable Housing Commission. Excuse me, Fair and Affordable Housing Commission.
All the things.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I think you're a good fit for it, Sage. Rocket. Thank you.
Sage.
Thank you, Sage.
Hi there, I'm Sally Green. I'm a retired educator from Moscow.
Okay, why didn't they remind her to, why didn't they remind her? Don't forget to say your name. What the hell? What the hell? Fumbaloos. It's got... How long? Okay, so whoever was... I didn't dig into this guy. How... And I'm not trying to tonight because it would we could do it tomorrow night or whenever. Lee, let me know which is ever better for you, morning or night. You know. I'm wondering how much experience did he say, or does anybody remember how much experience he claimed to have? Because wouldn't you be applying for this like a long ass time ago? No? Wouldn't you be applying for it a long ass time ago? All right, let me see something here. Now we're going to go to this presumption podcast. Let me see if there's any new documents first and if there's anything breaking coming out. Let's see. Anything breaking? Yeah, the DNA dirty glove video. That's breaking fucking news. And how you still have... I don't understand it. All right, my lid keeps shutting. What the hell? All right, I'm not seeing anything breaking within the last hour. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to this. We're going to go to this presumption podcast. And this is going to be talking about... And thank you again, Caddy, for sharing this. Again, if you guys want this for yourself. And I'm going to share it to J4J, letting her know to check this out too. So if you want a link, here's the link to that. I'm going to send this to J4J, and then we're going to check out this presumption podcast. So here's this. The link for presumption podcast is right here. And the video is the constitutionality of forensic genetic genealogy with Professor Natalie Ram. And let me pause that. And thank you all for hanging out. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help out the show. If you just joined the episode and you're on replay or you're checking out the show for the first time, please hit the subscribe button. You'll see it just glowed at the bottom. And leave a comment.
I'm Sarah Azari, joined by my co-host Jim Griffin. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Sarah.
And Matt, our producer.
Good
morning. Today,
how am I going to do
we
this?
really have a special guest, Natalie Ram, professor of law, with us. Welcome, Natalie.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Here we go.
And, you know, we've on this podcast an issue that's been really interesting for Jim and I, because we have not had it come up yet in our own cases, has been the issue of IgG, also known as FGG. Am I correct, Natalie, that they're interchangeable, forensic genetic genealogy and investigative genetic genealogy?
Yeah, it has many names. We've had IgG, FGG, FGGS, FIGG. Depending on who you ask, you'll get a different acronym.
Right. So last night, Jim was texting me saying, well, wait, FGG, because we've been referring it to as IgG. And, on this podcast, we say whatever we want. And I was like, well, effing genetic genealogy. Like, it's the same as IgG. But anyway, just an intro.
I'm going to be honest with you, Sarah are the only person to challenge Evil CJ on a F-bomb contest and win. And he didn't even challenge me. He just did it. And I was like, yo, you took over for a couple days. The only person is Harsh. Come on now.
Intro for those of you who don't know,
shout out
Natalie
Harsh.
And haven't read her wonderful.
He took the belt for 2 days.
She is a professor of law at the University of Maryland Francis King Carey School of Law and adjunct faculty at the Berman Institute of Bioethics at Johns Hopkins University. Professor Ram is a leading scholar on the...
That's going to, you know what, I should make that a new t-shirt. Would anybody be, and I'm going to have that store up and good to go by this weekend. I just was sick, so I didn't get to do a lot of the finishing up, but I got the clip-on fry. We got the freeze, and then I'm thinking, what if I do the F-bomb belt? You know what I mean? Because I do. We'll have a t-shirt that has the design of a fucking belt like you have from the WWE. We'll have a fucking belt on the t-shirt, and it'll have a big F for the F-bomb, because we have the F-bomb belt, baby. Harsh took it for 2 days, but we have it.
The intersection of genetic privacy and the criminal legal system. Her work has been published in both law reviews and scientific journals, including Harvard Law Review, Virginia Law Review, Texas Law Review, Science, and Nature Biotechnology. She was a 2021 Greenwald Faculty Scholar in Bioethics and is an elected member of the American Law Institute. Before joining Maryland Carey Law, Professor Ram clerked for Judge Guido Calabresi, U.S. Supreme Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, and for Associate Justice Stephen Breyer, one of our favorites, U.S. Supreme Court. She earned her JD at Yale Law School and her undergraduate degree in Public and International Affairs at Princeton University.
Wow.
So, Natalie, you know, among your very brilliant arguments in all these articles that you've written, only some of which that I've gotten to so far before this interview, there are a few that were really significant for us. You know, for one, like I said, neither of us have had this issue come up. You know, we've had a lot of DNA, obviously, but play a role in our own cases. So it's good. It's a good learning curve for us. But there are cases that we follow in the news and that our audience is really fascinated by, like Gilgo, Koberger. And of course, we haven't talked about the Golden State Killer, but that was sort of one of the bigger cases that shed light on this IGG. So we have a lot of questions, but we're going to give you the mic, and I'm going to let Jim start with the first topic or question.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Natalie, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Sarah mentioned the Golden State Killer case. That was a serial murderer and rapist in California who eluded capture in the 70s and 80s. And apparently, you know, as science developed, genetics developed, they were able to find some DNA sample that had never been used in a freezer. And then they just, you know, created a profile, right? And logged onto some open source genealogy database. And they were able to locate a distant relative. Is that right?
So it's not quite that simple. So you're right that the genetic
more this way then.
genetic forensic science has advanced a lot over the last 40 years, 30 to 40 years. So you know, when DNA forensics was first getting its start in the early 90s, that's when we had states just beginning to start to collect DNA from individuals who were convicted of certain exceptionally heinous offenses. It was mostly sexual offenses. Those were the cases where you would have the best DNA samples from the crime scene, from a rape kit. And those were the cases that were best able to be solved using genetic data. And so states started to pass laws to say we're going to keep certain people's DNA on file if they've committed a particular kind of offense, what's called a qualifying offense. That all got formalized in the mid-90s into what's called CODIS, the Combined DNA Image. And I'm sure you're familiar with that. What happens with IGG is really quite different than what happens with CODIS, right? So we're looking at, law enforcement, when they're doing IGG, is looking at a different database, right? It's not looking anymore at people who have committed a qualifying offense, people who have had some past interaction with the criminal legal system, been convicted or now arrested for a particular kind of crime. These are people who, you know, have used a 23andMe kit and then uploaded their data to another platform, or, you know, did their DNA, their recreational DNA testing, not through 23andMe, but say through a service like Family Tree DNA or MyHeritage, which both accepts third-party data uploads and also will do the analysis for you. So it's a totally different database, composed of a different.
And you can sign up as Joe fucking Dirt and send your DNA in. Okay? You're not providing your fucking photo ID, state issued ID, your passport, your birth certificate, nothing. It could be Joe fucking Blow, yo.
Kind of population, right? It's not a population of people who have had a criminal history. It's people who, are just ordinary members of the public, some of whom undoubtedly have a criminal history, but that's not why they're in that database.
No.
Right? They're in that database.
You'll notice when you go in the Presumption podcast, when you see when they had CeCe Moore on, he's just asking a whole bunch of questions because you can tell he doesn't know anything about it.
Because they've done one of these tests.
He's not a
Or
watch, you'll see him
as
ask
actually is often the case with IgG, the person who's arrested doesn't have their own cellular data in the database. Instead, it's some distant cousin of theirs, right? But that our DNA and between our genetic relatives is still similar enough that you can identify me, even though I've never used one of these tests, through, say, my third cousin, right? And part of that, the reason why you can identify someone through such a distant genetic relative is that the data that's being examined is a very different kind of data. So we're talking about CODIS profiles. We're talking about non-coding DNA in what's called STRs. These are kind of like little stutters in the DNA, right? And the FBI says they've really purposefully and intentionally selected DNA markers that are in non-coding DNA. They don't have any medical relevance as far as we know, right? The more we learn about DNA, the more we realize maybe that's only a matter of time, right? The DNA being used in these consumer genetics platforms, your 23andMe's, your family tree DNAs, and the like, are hundreds of thousands of DNA data points across all different parts of DNA, coding and non-coding alike, right? And so it's just so much more information rich, in some instances revealing really sensitive, medically relevant data, as well as a sprawling family tree, right? So I think that's one really important thing to understand when we're thinking about what's really new about IgG. It's using a different type of database for investigative law enforcement purposes, and the kind of data that's in those databases is really different, and the population in that database.
Go ahead.
Just so I understand, I mean, if I do a buccal swab on me and submit it to the 23andMe, it's the same
buccal swab. He wants to know if Moscow's got that oil, baby. You got that bucket, that belt buckle and fucking boot oil, Moscow.
Buccal swab that law enforcement would do on an inmate or by court order.
Got that bucket
oil.
What
you're saying is when it goes to the lab, the criminal forensic lab is only looking at the STR, which is, they say that's the junk DNA in the DNA chain. And then if it goes to a genetic lab, it's a much broader analysis of the DNA. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Though we should, in the interest of full being precise, in the interest of being really precise, we should note 23andMe makes you give a really big spit swab, not a buccal swab. But yeah.
See what I'm saying? Nobody said this dude was an expert on IgG.
It's still a DNA sample by mouth.
Is that because
Speaking of the wrestling, she just took that dude and pile drived him. Kaboom!
On the genetic side,
pile drived him.
They create what they call a SNP instead of the STR.
That's right.
You heard the announcers go, "Oh, that's gotta hurt."
So STRs are what we have when we're talking about CODIS profiles.
Right.
SNPs, that's SNP. That stands for single nucleotide polymorphism. It's one base pair in that 3 billion base pair chain that is the human genome, right? One single base that differs from one person to another. Now, let's be really clear. All human beings are more than 99.9% genetically identical, but that still leaves millions of SNPs where we vary. And that is responsible for the amazing genetic variability we see in the human population, right? Both our medical risks or medical features also are differences in appearance that are due to genetic differences, right? And so, we're all extremely genetically similar, but where we're different, we're still different enough that the DNA can be an amazingly powerful identifier when it's done properly.
So Natalie, do you know if there are, certified law enforcement forensic labs, any like South Carolina, we have a lab at SLED and they do their own DNA testing, and I'm sure every state has similars, and we have them at the local level as well. But are there state labs that do the SNPs as well, or does all that have to be outsourced to these private companies?
So today, nearly all of it is outsourced. There are some labs that are beginning to bring that in-house. I know the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the FDLE, which has historically been kind of at the leading edge of genetic forensics, I think is now doing some of that in lab or in-house. But I'm not 100% certain about that. I wouldn't be surprised to see more of that come in-house in the near future. But up until now, the vast majority of it is being farmed out or contracted out to outside labs and outside genealogists for the most part.
Well, and that's giving DAs and prosecutors the ability to shield discoverability, because they argue that we didn't do the testing, and we sent it out. And it's like, well, just because you farm it out doesn't mean that, it's not discoverable. But you argue, Natalie, that there's a disjunction between genetic relatedness and voluntariness, and the challenges that this disjunction poses for law enforcement use of consumer genetic platforms. Tell us what you mean by genetic relatedness, voluntariness, and this problematic disjunction.
Yeah. So as I said, in the vast majority, nearly all of the cases in which IgG has led to an arrest thus far, the person who's ultimately arrested and charged with a crime isn't actually the person who put their DNA profile into one of these consumer genetics platforms. It's some genetic relative of theirs, right?
And look at how relevant that is to the Koberger case, everybody.
The number one argument that we hear from law enforcement and from practitioners of IgG, the genetic genealogists themselves, for why it's totally fine in their view for law enforcement to use IgG, to use these consumer genetics platforms for their investigative purposes, is that the DNA on those platforms has been volunteered, right? That nobody's been forced to put their DNA into those platforms, and because it's volunteered, therefore there's no Fourth Amendment claim there. Now
it's consensual, like
that's right.
Using consent as the Fourth Amendment lingo.
So that's the theory, right?
But what about if they got it out of the trash can, right?
I've argued in some work that, in fact, that argument is questionable, even with respect to the people who are using those platforms, if they're not aware of and consenting to law enforcement use specifically, right? So 23andMe says law enforcement is not welcome, and we have practical barriers that keep law enforcement out. We don't take those third-party data uploads. And people therefore reasonably believe and expect that their data on 23andMe will not be available for law enforcement purposes, right? And I think
I didn't know this. I thought that all of these platforms have an option where you can okay.
No. So the two largest players in the field, and I should be clear, this is a matter that has been in flux over time. And what we say today is not guaranteed to be true tomorrow, because terms of service can be changed by online service providers at any time, with or without explicit notice to users, right? So there's a major problem dealing with consent to contractual changes to the terms of service in just about anything online. It's true for Facebook, Meta. It's true for anything where you're like clicking I accept without reading that terms of service. There's almost certain to be a provision in there that says, by the way, we can change this at any time. And like, if you keep using our service, you are assumed to have consented to whatever changes we make. So I just want to flag that. since 2018, since the arrest of the Golden State Killer case, the arrest in the Golden State Killer case, right, which sort of kickstarted this whole IgG field, 23andMe and Ancestry.com have both said law enforcement is not welcome. We don't want them here. And we promise we're going to fight law enforcement if they try to get in, right? So that's been true for the last 5.5 years. Again, I can't predict the future, but those two services appear to see it in their own financial and economic interest to exclude law enforcement, right?
So which
then
ones
there
are the ones
are
that give you
So there are two major platforms that cooperate openly with law enforcement. That's GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. Both of those now have an option that says, do you want to be part of what they call family match, the familial matching service, right?
That's interesting that they offer that now, because Yoli, what did you? Yeah, I had to opt out of the use of my DNA for law enforcement. I would have not have known that, but for Vargas telling us to go to settings and giving directions, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy? Great
GEDmatch
episode.
had some early bumps in the road where they opted everyone into law enforcement use. Then they opted everyone who had an existing profile out of law enforcement use. Then they created a matching option, which now you have to select into or out of when you join the service, at least with respect to investigations where law enforcement is looking for a perpetrator. If what law enforcement is trying to do is identify an unidentified human remains case, then in fact you can't opt out of that on GEDmatch, right? Though of course, if you identify
she's laying it down, y'all.
Unidentified human remains, often
she is laying it down.
Will give you some clue about who the perpetrator might be. So I don't think the division between unidentified human remains cases and perpetrator cases is as clean as GEDmatch would like to present it as being.
So what is I'm not clear on what the protocol is for FBI, for example. I know that they're only allowed to access.
Did you see that too, Yoli? Let me know if you saw that too. That's interesting. Wuzzy Cuzzy.
As certain databases for this type of family tree investigation. What are those databases, if you know, that the FBI can use?
So the FBI has an interim policy from 2019 that says that anyone in federal law enforcement or anyone who has a grant from the federal government specifically earmarked for IgG work can only use those funds or only conduct investigations in platforms that give explicit notice to platform users that law enforcement may be using the platform. So that would be GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. Family Tree DNA being the other major service that has that sort of family matching service and open cooperation with law enforcement. That said, law enforcement, unclear whether that includes federal law enforcement, but at least some law enforcement entities have also made use of a platform called MyHeritage. The terms of service at MyHeritage say, if you are law enforcement, you are not welcome here. Do not use our platform for law enforcement purposes. But because the platform will accept data developed elsewhere, law enforcement can just lie and say, oh yeah, this is totally my DNA that I got from 23andMe or wherever, and it's not at all a law enforcement related use, and then they can make matches in the MyHeritage database. So MyHeritage has a policy on the book.
Hello. What was I saying? They took the DNA from BK's daddy and uploaded it on their own. Hello. They took DNA daddy DNA daddy from the garbage can. Not Brian's. Daddy's. You don't think they couldn't have got Brian's DNA? Come on. They could have got Brian's DNA. To say he walked around with blue gloves on the whole time, give me a fucking break, yo. To say you couldn't have picked up a coffee cup, say that you couldn't have picked up a trash bag of a food item to say that you couldn't have collected any of that out of the garbage even? Yo, she just dropped it. It's what Vargas said and why they had people fucking coming to her house after the court hearing. Because of what this lady's saying right here. She's repeating everything that Vargas was saying in the court hearing.
Service at MyHeritage say, if you are law enforcement, you are not welcome here. Do not use our platform for law enforcement purposes. But because the platform will accept data developed elsewhere, law enforcement can just lie and say, oh yeah, this is totally my DNA that I got from 23andMe or wherever. And it's not at all a law enforcement related use. And then they can make matches in the MyHeritage database. So MyHeritage has a policy on the books that says no law enforcement, but more difficulty as a practical matter policing that. For what it's worth, this is also true at Family Tree DNA and at GEDmatch, both of which say if you're law enforcement, you have to go through our law enforcement protocol. So you only make matches with people who have opted in or failed to opt out of law enforcement matching. But of course, if law enforcement decides they're happy enough to lie about the source of the DNA and say it's not law enforcement DNA,
no, it's
then
not.
They're able to upload the data just like anybody.
Yeah, it's not. It's not for, investigative purpose. Hello, why is there no homework, people? Do you want the homework when somebody's asking, okay, here's the answers to the test. You have a teacher and you're doing a test. Here's the answers to your test. Why are you not showing your work for these equations that you got correct? These in really difficult math problems. Where's your work to show that you didn't cheat? Oh, sorry, teacher, I threw it away. But you don't here's all the answers. That's the important part, right? It doesn't matter how I got there.
Somebody else and make matches in the full database.
So that's the disjunction that you're talking about.
Well, so that's part of the disjunction. And I'm sorry to be a little long.
No, this is great. Yeah.
To bring this back to the disjunction that I've been talking about in my writing, right? Again, most of the people who are being arrested aren't people who have actually done the DNA testing and put their data on one of these platforms. Instead, they're genetic relatives of those individuals. And here's the disjunction. We don't choose our genetic relatives. There's literally nothing voluntary about our genetic relationships with our family members, with perhaps one exception, right? If I choose to have a child, I am in some sense consenting to put my genetic information in the hands of another human being, and they can use our shared DNA to identify me. So maybe it's true that children can rat out their parents, right? But Lord knows, we don't choose our genetic parents. My kids didn't choose me. We don't choose our siblings, how many of them we have. We don't choose our aunts, uncles, or cousins. And yet each and every one of those individuals has DNA that can be used to learn about or identify us. And so if the argument for why law enforcement can use these consumer genetics platforms is based on voluntariness, that voluntariness argument ends the minute we start looking beyond the actual individuals who have uploaded their DNA to the platform, and we start looking at their genetic relatives who are implicitly identifiable through our commonly shared DNA by virtue of our relatedness. So that's the disjunction that I'm talking about.
Yeah, pretty messed up. Okay, Jim, to you on the ethical stuff.
Yeah, the legal and ethical dilemmas involved in this whole database. I think you're probably touching on those now, right? But so let me ask you sort of a devil's advocate. So, I put my sample in the DNA database, and I agree for law enforcement to use it. What's the
Ticket
difference between that
99.
and my agreement to go down to the police department and tell law enforcement every relative that I know about? I mean, isn't that the argument against what you're saying?
So I think those are similar in some ways, but really importantly different in others, right? How many genetic relatives are you sure you know about and that you could identify for law enforcement? Right. You might know maybe you know your first cousins, Maybe you know some second cousins. You might even know some third cousins. But you got hundreds of third cousins and beyond, fourth cousins, fifth cousins,
Right.
Thousands of people that you may not be
I mean, we all came from a couple freaking people. You know what I'm saying? We all come on. When you boil it down that far, yeah.
aware of. Right?
Yeah.
So number one, the sprawling tree that is identifiable through DNA is much more sprawling than our social relationships. The other part of it is that our social relationships may in some sense be thrust upon us, but they're also voluntarily undertaken and maintained. So if I decide, let's say we're cousins, Jim, and I decide I don't really want you knowing about me because I don't trust you, I can estrange myself from you. I can cut off that social relationship. I
Oh,
can
wow.
unfriend you on Facebook or whatever
right,
social
right.
media platform we might have had a connection
But
with.
you can't.
I did that to my sister once, and it took her 2 years before she talked to me again. So apparently that was a
So I
mistake.
can cut.
I'm sorry, sis.
Wow.
So I can cut off that social relationship, but there is no way that you can cut off a genetic
Right.
relationship. It is immutable. You
Okay.
can't change your DNA. You
No,
can't change
of
those
course not.
biological ties between genetic relatives. And so I think that those relationships are really importantly different, both because they're more sprawling, the genetic relationships, to include people that you may not even know exist. In fact, that's often the case, right? And there's no way out of them. If you could sever
I
those
mean, that's
genetic
obvious.
ties,
Come on. Why are
right?
we? Come
Then
on.
we might say, well, you failed to sever your genetic ties, so therefore you, in some
Okay,
sense,
can we?
consented to them.
Right.
Now that's a
Let's get. Come on. I hope this part doesn't last very long. I don't understand this part. I really
very
don't.
thin notion of
Come on.
voluntariness,
You're
but the law
come on.
sometimes uses very kind of thin and weak notions of
Come
voluntariness.
on.
But we don't even have that here. There's literally no way to sever that genetic relatedness
Right.
tie.
Come on. Let's
That is a relationship you didn't choose.
let's
and
get
you
back
can't
to the real
change, and you
stuff. Come on.
can't practically manage because the family tree that can be used to identify it
Redirect
is
it,
so
Sarah.
sprawling it includes thousands of
Redirect
individuals,
it,
many of
Sarah.
whom you don't even know exist.
She's going off the
Right.
rails.
So
Redirect
on
it.
this whole issue of consent and
There we
involuntariness
go.
that you're talking about,
Get her back on the road.
I mean, this is when I was really
Get her
taking
back
a
on the
deep dive
road.
into Koberger.
There we
It
go.
just reeked of Fourth Amendment concerns, and yet the DA was saying, the state prosecutor was saying, well, you know, we're not bringing in the IGG. The IGG was an informant.
It
Oh,
is.
Jim and I were laughing at that, but anyway, the IGG was an informant. We're not bringing that in as evidence at trial, so you know, there's really nothing to exclude.
Good
It's not
question.
material. You don't get to have it.
Good question. Let's hear the
And
answer.
so, in some ways, I guess this idea that a relative consented is supposedly curing this issue, we know it's not. But you cite to two cases to support, you know,
okay.
your constitutional concerns. One is Carpenter versus U.S., a Supreme Court decision, which stands for the third party doctrine and privacy rights,
Okay.
and then a Maryland Supreme Court case, State versus Andrews, that actually has to do with stingray devices and
Andrews.
Fourth Amendment harm related to
Maryland.
that. Can you elaborate for us
Interesting. Okay.
on, you know, the real Fourth Amendment constitutional
Yeah,
concerns
let's hear
around
this
this?
answer.
You know, besides what you've just said.
Yeah, so I think if it is established, right, and it's by no means certain that it would be established, but I've argued in my scholarship that there is a Fourth Amendment wrong that is committed when IGG is undertaken, at the very least when it's used to identify genetic relatives of people who have put their DNA in the database, if not, in some instances, even people who have themselves put their DNA on a database that excludes law enforcement, right? So if that is a Fourth Amendment injury, right, that's a constitutional violation, then the question becomes whether any other evidence that would be introduced in court is the fruit of that poisonous tree, right? So there are some exceptions to the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine, but in basic terms, in case your audience isn't super familiar with that doctrine, it's the idea that if there is a constitutional violation, not only is the evidence or information obtained through the unconstitutional search excludable from evidence, but so too is anything that flows but for in a fashion from from that unconstitutional search, right? With a few exceptions. So, if IGG violates the Fourth Amendment, then further on downstream, DNA that was compelled or collected from the suspect, the defendant, might be tainted as the fruit of that poisonous tree. Now, law enforcement will argue that, say, there's an independent source, right? There's some other path that they could have followed to come to suspect the defendant in an individual case. And so because there's that independent path untainted by the constitutional violation, that therefore whatever they're going to introduce in court ultimately is, safe. It's not going to be tainted as fruit of the poisonous search, right? Now, law enforcement in, say, the Kohberger case very strategically left out any mention of IGG in all of their affidavits, perhaps in an effort to keep anybody from knowing that IGG was being used, because it's still a quite controversial new practice, and in part perhaps to try to support their assertion later that there's a different path, an independent source that they could use to get to Kohberger.
Well, Natalie, to your point on that, and this is what I've always been arguing about this, is that they came up with the car, that he's not seen driving the car. He's the registered owner of a car that looks like the car that's seen on surveillance footage. But initially the car was one make and model.
You just won a
then
prize.
It changed to a different make and model that matched him as a registered owner.
Sarah.
And to this day, we don't know whether this informant, that's the IGG, whether that came in first and then the car got corrected, or whether the car came in. And
Sarah.
It matters, right? So to this idea,
Yeah, you might really wonder if they initially used IGG to identify the suspect and then worked backwards from there to kind of ex post create an alternate evidentiary path. Right?
Oh my gosh. Does that mean that CJ was right when he said that they weren't on to BK and his crosshairs until the end of December? Holy shit. Holy shit. Because they didn't get the DNA match until the 27th. Hello. What did I say? I said the end of frickin' December. Boo! Freeze.
To try to sever
freeze from November.
If IGG is a search, an unconstitutional search, as I've argued that it is, right? From the evidence that they want to introduce.
As much as she rambles, this has really, like, she was on fire the first 22 minutes. And then after that, it kind of went to hell a little bit. Sarah got her back on the road. We heard a little brrr as we're all, get her back on the road. She kind of got off track a little bit on that last question again. Very key parts, though. Very interesting.
Right? So that's one piece of it. Now, the Carpenter case goes to whether or not IGG itself is an unconstitutional search. The Carpenter case is about cell phone location data, which might seem really different from DNA, but I actually think has some strong similarities, particularly given the analysis that the court gives.
We're going to be looking up these cases.
So that case is from 2018. It was decided about 6 weeks after the Golden State Killer was arrested. So these two practices, both the kind of Carpenter revolution in Fourth Amendment law, such as it is, and IGG itself kind of are born in the same spring. And in Carpenter, the court says, since the 70s, we've said that if you share your data with some third party service provider, then that data couldn't have been very private. You couldn't have expected.
Thank you, Alpine. Ticket 100.
And therefore, you don't have a Fourth Amendment expectation of privacy. It's not a Fourth Amendment search for law enforcement to access that. And by the way, when you shared it, you assumed the risk that whoever you shared it with was going to sell you out to the cops, and therefore, ditto, no Fourth Amendment search at all. The Fourth Amendment just doesn't care about that. Now, the cases in the 1970s
Wow,
that
listen
kind
to
of
her.
created what we call the third party doctrine were about a pen register, what telephone numbers you dial at a time when the telephone company was much more involved in connecting phones, right? Or keeping those records, and your bank records, your checkbook, your checkbook records, right? And then, of course, in the last 20 years, especially, we get and 30 years since the dawn of the internet, we enter what Justice Kennedy, now no longer on the bench, but what he once called the cyber age, right? The internet age, where everything we do goes through some sort of third party intermediary. Our emails don't, our correspondence doesn't go through the US Postal Service, it goes through Google.
Right.
If you use Gmail or some other third party service provider.
That's true.
Our text messages are now written. They're not phone conversations, right? So everything we're doing is moving through some kind of third party intermediary, right? When I would go to the library and do research, that is now stuff I'm looking up on Google, right? And so Google or Alphabet has all that data about me, right? And so the question became in Carpenter, can we really adhere to this idea that so long as your data is moving through some third-party intermediary, you voluntarily assume the risk that whoever has that data is going to sell you out to the cops? Is it really true that you have no Fourth Amendment interest in that data? And Carpenter comes along and says,
very interesting.
Yeah, we're not really comfortable with that in the modern age. And it does so in the context of cell phone usage, right? So what it says is that having a cell phone and using it and keeping it on, even if you know that it's connecting and pinging off of cell towers every couple of seconds or every couple of minutes, right? That's not you voluntarily undertaking the risk that that your cell phone company is going to share all that data with law enforcement. You do have an expectation of privacy in your physical movements as revealed by your cell phone location data. The court implies, doesn't hold, but implies strongly that your email contents, despite moving through your service provider, are also protected by the Fourth Amendment. And so then the question, of course, is what else is like cell phone location data? Well, the court gives us some some guideposts for that analysis, right?
Okay.
They want to know how sensitive is the data that's being accessed, that law enforcement would access. They want to know against what portion of the population would that data be accessible, right? How many people can law enforcement kind of follow around by using a particular data source? They want to know how quick and easy is it to run that search, right? Can you do it with just the click of a button, right? Those sorts of features. And they want to know about voluntariness. How voluntary is your use of a particular service? So think about, let's say, our genetic relatives. I didn't upload my DNA to Family Tree DNA, but my third cousin did. Well, if you're looking in that database for everyone that's in that database and everyone out to their third or fourth cousin, that includes, by one statistical estimate, once you have 2 million people in the database, more than 60% of Americans of European descent. If you can access, say, 4 or 5 million profiles, you can cover more than 90% of Americans of European descent. That's everybody. That's basically everybody, right?
Can I just want to jump in and ask a question, which is, has any of this DNA evidence is it like irrefutable, or is there a margin of error? Like, we are all saying this is the Golden State Killer, but based on what you were saying earlier, couldn't it actually have been his fourth cousin who shares 99% of the same genetic profile?
So it's almost certain not to be his fourth cousin, because there will be genetic differences between him and his fourth cousin that indicate that it's definitely not the fourth cousin, but it might be, say, the Golden State Killer or his brother, right? Or some number of fourth cousins around the family tree, right? Now, if you ask the genealogist, they'll tell you we're never wrong. And if we are, by the way, the law enforcement's going to go pick up that suspect's trash and make a 1-to-1 match before they arrest someone. But of course, they'll never go pick up that person's trash if they don't already suspect them.
Right.
By the way, even if the trash shows that it's not that guy, that in fact the IGG led them to the wrong person, which by the way, it did initially in the Golden State Killer case. They went and collected DNA from another man before they got around to the actual Golden State Killer, right? That DNA from that trash, that DNA profile is probably going to live forever on a local DNA database held by the law enforcement entity, right? I do want to get back to Carpenter though, because I do think it's important, right?
Interesting.
So when we're thinking about these consumer genetics platforms, as I said earlier, the kind of DNA that we're talking about can include and can disclose really sensitive medical data. Law enforcement and genetic genealogists will tell you they're not looking at the individual level SNPs, so they can't really tell the medically relevant data. That is true and not so true. There are folks in the field who say you can work backwards from shared segments to infer medically relevant information. So potentially highly sensitive information. And DNA is, of course, highly sensitive. This is a search that's going to effectively run against everyone in the U.S. population.
So Natalie, for example, you
can run that search against everyone in the database. And as I said, we don't voluntarily share our genetic data with our genetic relatives. So if you're thinking about that Carpenter standard, it's as true for genetic data and genetic relative data, even more so than it is for your cell phone location data.
But let me ask you this: with Carpenter, if you're talking about cell phone data, are you? I mean, if I'm suspected of committing a crime and I've sent illicit text messages to Jim, they can get a search warrant.
They could.
And they can, look at, it depends if it's an iMessage or an SMS or whatever it is, but they can certainly access my emails, subpoena Google and all that stuff. So really what we're talking about here is the involuntary, right? In other words, involuntary accessing as opposed to via a subpoena.
Well, a subpoena or a warrant, right?
Or
so
warrant, I'm sorry. I mean, a warrant,
Amendment question, then a warrant.
In Carpenter, Justice Roberts says a subpoena is not good enough. You got to have a search warrant. They're
warrant, I meant a warrant. Sorry,
And Sarah in Carpenter, and it was cell phone location data, and there was a federal statute.
Jim coming through.
You could get it from a carrier if you had some level of proof, and you made an application, and they did that. And what was challenged was, well, that's not a search warrant. You've got to have a search warrant. And the significance was, as I understand it, Natalie, is that it was equivalent to GPS data. And so what we're talking about in Carpenter is where your phone pings off a tower. And so the state was saying, well, that just gives you a cone, an area of distance, and it's not that accurate. And they held the stuff for 5 years. And so you can go 5 years of time. And I really liked some of the language in Carpenter that talked about, well, not only we have to predict, address what's happening now, but we have to sort of predict what's going to happen 10 years from now. That's the cones are getting smaller because there are more towers going up. And it's,
So Natalie, look, there's nothing like having a law professor educating everybody, but Jim is my walking Westlaw. Literally. I can ask him anything and he'll, cite the dissent and
his opinion. His opinion.
Here's a really interesting case. I recommend.
I'm sure he's very opinionated. And you know what, lady? We're going to look up that case, and we're going to look up the other one because we've looked up other ones that have similarities too. And that'll be, I probably should just start a playlist on that. Cases that are similar,
Recommend it as great reading for anyone interested in the modern Fourth Amendment.
Good night.
Yeah, no, because it's really becoming smaller and smaller, right? Almost.
And Natalie, before you came on, I did research to try to find some, where Carpenter's been applied to this genealogy, and I couldn't find any cases. Are you aware of any?
So there are some. Mostly what has happened is that courts have said, well, it wasn't your DNA that was uploaded to the platform. It was your cousin's DNA. And therefore, you don't have standing to challenge the search, right? Because you didn't upload your own DNA. Now, of course, that's kind of the point of my whole argument about the disjunction between voluntariness and genetic relatedness, right? It was my cousin was the one who uploaded their DNA, but you used it to learn about and identify me. And our relationship to each other, it was a product of involuntary biology, right? Carpenter has an answer to this too, by the way. Carpenter says that Mr. Carpenter, the criminal defendant in that case, had an expectation of privacy in his cell phone location data, even though the cell phone location records were held by the cell phone company as their property, as their business record. And so what it means is that even if information is held or even owned by another person, if it is sensitive and informative about me, then I might have an expectation of privacy in it. Now, I will concede it is a little weird to think about me having an expectation of privacy in my cousin's DNA, but that is, that's an inevitable product, I think, of like the language that we use in the Fourth Amendment space and the ways in which DNA relationships between genetic relatives are just really, really hard for the law to describe. We are not used to having relationships that are totally involuntarily thrust upon us. We're used to relationships where if my information is shared with someone, there's at least some measure of voluntariness. It might be that really thin notion of voluntariness, that very weak notion of voluntariness. Like, I have a cell phone, I carry it around, but of course it rejects that in Carpenter. And here it's even less than that, right? Now, I did want to come back to the Andrews point, because I think that connects up to what you said earlier about the Koberger case, right? Which is that in State versus Andrews, that's a Maryland State Supreme Court decision. I believe, in which the court holds that it is a Fourth Amendment violation for law enforcement to have intentionally and persistently failed to disclose their use of an advanced technological tool for criminal investigations, like a Stingray device. Right. A Stingray device is designed to kind of gather up all the kind of
wow, that's crazy. We heard a lot about that in the beginning of last year. This whole Stingray device stuff. Very interesting.
Identifiers of any cell phone in the area of the Stingray device. So it helps you track where someone is if you know the kind of identifier of their particular cell phone unit.
Wow, we were talking about that a year ago. The Stingray device.
In that case,
holy
the
shit.
FBI had basically required all local law enforcement to basically not disclose in their affidavits, search warrant, or otherwise, pen register, etc., that they were using a Stingray device. Law enforcement had, in fact, in that case, applied for a pen register and kind of hidden the fact that under the pen register authorization, they were going to use a Stingray device, which is not a pen register. And the court there said, no. When you undertake such efforts to shield a piece of technology from the court's own knowledge, that deprives both the court of its opportunity to assess the constitutionality of that technology and the defense of its right to mount a defense. And I think in that way, it can be quite similar to what we've seen in the IGG space, right? Where law enforcement has been
episode.
Quite careful in many cases, not all of them, but many cases, to just leave out any mention of IGG. Law enforcement has offered a number of justifications for leaving it out of the affidavits. As I said, I think in part it's in order to create this alternate evidentiary path so that they can argue that even if there is a Fourth Amendment violation in the IGG, that there's a severing of the independent source, not fruit of the poisonous tree, right? Or law enforcement has said, we really don't want people to know that we're doing IGG because if people know we're doing IgG, maybe they'll be creeped out and they won't put as much DNA on these consumer genetics podcasts. To which I say, if your whole pitch is that people are voluntarily sharing DNA with law enforcement, then hiding that because of fear that people won't consent is kind of, you know,
shady.
Yeah, shady.
Yeah, or it's
Call it
telling
out,
you
Sarah.
can actually believe people are
right.
Call it out,
sharing with law
Sarah.
enforcement.
That's why we love you.
Right?
You keep it real, lady. You keep it
So-
real.
You know, that seems to
That's
me
why we
is
love
what
you.
happened or happening in the Koberger case. I mean, in the search warrant affidavit, they don't really play up the IgG, and they say, "Oh, we did a search of the trash, and we got DNA from the trash, and that's how we that's our source." And
Yeah. So what's interesting is that at least in some of the earlier cases using IgG, say in 2018, 2019, when this was just starting to ramp up, you would have a press conference. There would be a press conference, right, in which the DA or the arresting officer would come out and explain, "Oh, we found this guy through IgG." They wouldn't call it IgG. They would describe it using
The
some other
presumption
phrase
podcast.
or whatever. But they would say, "The guy we arrested was never on our radar. We never would have suspected him but for the IgG." And I think that's telling.
Yeah.
I think that's really telling.
Man, what a
The IgG
show.
is really the thing that's driving these investigations.
What an interview.
Well, in Koberger, I mean, I've
What
only,
an
I'm only
interview.
familiar with a handful of.
You know what I'm saying? What a perfect fucking episode, everybody. We go over again the DNA dirty gloves. We're discussing the type of DNA. And then we go into this. What a perfect episode. I couldn't have, I mean, wow.
Trial
Wow.
court rulings,
What
one
a
being in
perfect
California, Northern California,
Wow.
where repeatedly the trial court denies a defense motion for discovery.
Usually Matt does not speak in these. It's mostly Sarah, a little bit of Jim. You don't really hear Matt that much.
For IgG materials. And in Koberger, at least the judge, my understanding is, has conducted an in-camera and has ruled that some of them, we don't know what, but at least some of these materials have been deemed to be relevant to Koberger's defense and are going to be disclosed under seal
Yeah,
to
they are.
The defense. But you mentioned that that in this sort of context of lack of transparency on this issue, that there's rumors that the Gilgo Beach, the Rex Heuermann case, also was cracked through use of IgG. And to me, that case has such strong DNA evidence. It's like, do you really need IgG? I mean, do you know how IgG plays out in that case?
No, I don't. And as you said, the best I can say about that is that I've heard some background rumors from some people in the IgG practitioner community suggesting that there may have been IgG in that case as well. Now, that's literally all as much as I know, and there's been no confirmation of that. If it turns out that that is the case, that there was a IgG used in that case too, look, that what that indicates is that there are substantial efforts by law enforcement not to disclose the use of IgG. I mean, law enforcement seems really proud of this new method that they have.
They can keep
I'm not
secret.
sure why they're going to such great lengths to keep it secret. Especially since, the reasons that law enforcement often refuses to disclose a law enforcement investigative method is in part because of fears that that criminal defendants will find a way to circumvent that method.
Right.
But I mean, here, it's being used largely in cold cases where the DNA is available or not already. And going forward, if we're thinking about criminal defendants trying to avoid identification, they're trying to avoid depositing DNA of any kind at any crime scene.
No.
And so I'm not sure that IgG is really changing that, circumvention calculus insofar that as criminal defendants might actually be thinking about that.
And it seems to me,
What a
you have
show.
private labs that, probably
What a
don't have
show.
to adhere to the same standards as a certified, criminal laboratory run by the state, and the risk of cross contamination or who knows what. And,
Yeah.
that's a real issue, I suspect.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you raised that point. And that connects back to Matt's question earlier about whether
And do me a favor, if you haven't watched that video, we watched it in this episode at the beginning. If you haven't watched this video, even if you did watch it on this video, watch it again. Watch the whole damn thing again. However you want to rewind it, pause it, slow it down. Let me know what you think. Like, for real. It's crazy. How do those two even have that job? I don't
there
understand.
are error rates that are
And this is important to what we're all discussing tonight. It's so important. And don't watch the first 2/3 of it. Make sure you stick around for the end, because you'll get to see why I put inside on there as well,
are being
not just
reported for
outside.
this. As I mentioned, if you ask the genetic genealogist, they'll say, we're never wrong. But of course, no forensic method has a 0% error rate. And there are instances in which, say, the genetic genealogy will identify a small number of suspects, all of which will then be kind of followed around and have their trash collected to make that kind of one-to-one comparison. But cases are coming, and soon, if not already underway, in which the DNA that was recovered from the crime scene is degraded enough or of small enough quantity that you can only test it one time.
Whoa!
One crime.
What? You guys, when I fucking said earlier that they were probably, Orthram was probably testing the swabs. Oh, what did you just say, Natalie Ram? Oh,
The
man.
DNA that was recovered from the crime scene is degraded enough or of small enough quantity that you can only test it one time.
What?
Only pull one crime scene profile off of it. And so they're not going to pull an STR profile. They're only going to pull the SNP profile. And if that outside lab doesn't do it right, you might get a really, really solid, good match that is to the wrong person. It looks like a great DNA match, but it turns out the DNA analysis was done poorly, and therefore you're putting the wrong person.
We're definitely.
Whoa! What a freaking episode! Oh my God, we couldn't have played it out even better. We started talking about the DNA dirty gloves. We showed the fucking contamination. We showed the approach to this crime scene of a quadruple homicide. And then we got to hear all of this tonight. Sarah, beautiful fucking interview. Natalie Ram, who cares if you rambled on a little here and there? Holy shit. It's nothing. It is really fucking minus degrees and in the teens tonight, because it is fucking cold. This is crazy. Wow, I'm sharing the link to this again too. This is nuts.
Really
y'all.
interested in those cases when they come out. Do share them with us. This is such a
identify a small number of suspects, all of which will then be kind of followed around and have their trash collected to make that kind of one-to-one comparison. But cases are coming, and soon, if not already underway, in which the DNA that was recovered from the crime scene is degraded enough or of small enough quantity that you can only test it one time. Only pull one crime scene profile off of it. And so they're not going to pull an STR profile. They're only going to pull the SNP profile. And if that outside lab doesn't do it right, you might get a really, really solid, good match that is to the wrong person. It looks, it's a great DNA match, but it turns out the DNA analysis was done poorly, and therefore you're putting the wrong person.
We're definitely interested in those cases when they come out. Do share them with us, because this is such a fascinating issue. But I want to close with IGG or FGG in wrongful.
I got a bunch of those links earlier too. Thank you. Dang, we're definitely going into those again tomorrow night.
Conviction cases, because we know from the work that
Whoa,
Mary Shuck is doing
this is
with the
crazy.
Innocence Project, and then also in talking to CC Moore, who's done some of that work with folks like Barry.
Right.
But there's also that benefit of exonerating someone who's been wrongfully convicted, but it's not that easy. Please explain.
So when we're talking about exonerations, I think it's worth noting here that not kind of the policy landscape here, which is a really interesting and developing one. And so you and I have talked, or we've talked about the FBI interim policy. In addition, there are at least 3 states that have laws on the books now that regulate IGG. So Maryland has a comprehensive regulatory scheme. I was really honored to play a role in being a part of a working group that led to that legislation. Utah watered down Maryland's law and passed a weaker version, but still has some legislation in place. And then Montana has a very, very short law that basically says you need a warrant for this or consent. Right?
Wow.
Both the Maryland and the Utah laws have provisions providing for exoneration use, post-conviction use. The platforms often say you can do law enforcement related stuff if you are law enforcement, which, by the way, then requires post-conviction counsel to get the cooperation of the district attorney's office, the prosecutor's office, in order to move forward with post-conviction IGG testing. Number one, under the Maryland and Utah laws, at least under the Maryland law, that kind of cooperation is not. You don't have to seek the voluntary cooperation of the prosecutor if you're post-conviction counsel. If you qualify, a court can order that be undertaken. So Maryland is really at the forefront here. I'm really proud of the work we've done in Maryland on regulating IGG, making it available for its best and most justifiable use cases, but also, significantly regulating it to make sure that law enforcement is playing by reasonable rules. Right?
But in jurisdictions that are not like Maryland and Utah, where you're at the mercy of a prosecutor who doesn't really want your guy out.
That's right. So that's one major problem.
What an interview.
It can be really difficult. And this is true for DNA evidence in post-conviction settings all over the country, right? But since IGG is new, you may have even more difficulty obtaining the cooperation of the local prosecutor. And the other part of it is just generally...
He just keeps going.
The fact that IGG has been used for exoneration, what does that mean? What does it mean to use IGG for exoneration? Well, what that means is that the Innocence Project and the genetic genealogist working
she just keeps going.
Not only demonstrated
Here's the link to
that there
this
was
video.
a mismatch between the crime scene DNA profile and the person that was actually convicted of the crime, who is actually innocent. Those two profiles definitely don't match. That appears not to have been enough to secure the release of that wrongly convicted person.
Wow.
Instead, that wrongly convicted person and their post-conviction counsel, their innocence counsel, had to do more. They had to undertake IGG in order to find the actual perpetrator of the crime.
My Lord.
So what that means effectively is that, this isn't unique to the IGG space. But I think what we're seeing is
why it's still an art.
Exoneration argument.
It's not a science, it's an art.
That IGG is great because it can be used for exonerations too. I mean, yeah, it can. But the fact that it's needed is simply a burden that we put on wrongly convicted individuals. Not merely to prove that they didn't do it, but to identify the person who actually did it. To do the prosecutor and the investigating law enforcement officer's job for them, but better.
Jim, maybe
burden.
Jim, you gotta keep Natalie's number on hand because maybe we can get some IGG going in the Murdoch case. We can get his wrongful conviction overturned. He's getting all sorts of injustices thrown his way. So, Natalie, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you on.
Yes, it has. Holy shit. I mean, she went off the rails a little bit and Sarah pulled that back up. And then it was smooth sailing again after that. Wow. I never expected that conversation. Definitely check out the one with Cece Moore. They had Cece Moore on one of their first couple episodes. You'll see Cece Moore in the title. She also discusses this. Wow, what a crazy interview. Shout out Sarah, Presumption Podcast, all involved. Hopefully more people watch this interview. Man. Wow, that was so much. It was just like one after another, after another, after another, after another. And you're just like, dang, lady. Crazy, you know? And again, just like what we were discussing earlier, the DNA dirty glove is freaking crazy, y'all. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm going to put out a live notification, but the people that were working for the fire restoration weren't there at all today. So I don't know if that means that my property is next or if they had the day off or something or what. I don't know. So if they do, I will know before the show is live in the morning. So I'll just kind of keep you updated in the chat, in the live, in case anything is different. Otherwise, we're going to be back tomorrow. Do me a favor, Leah, send me a message. Let me know which works better. And we'll go ahead and try and do that because I don't want to jinx myself, but never mind. I'm not going to say it. But I'm going to go ahead and put it out there, 9:30 a.m. Central, 10:30 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back tomorrow night. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. What a crazy episode. Crazy day. And thank you all to the mods. Thank you, everybody. That's part of the community that sends information when it comes to the show and being able to display all of these things for you guys. If you do have any information for the show, you can send it to Discord, Twitter, Instagram, or Gmail, all at EvilCJ, one word. And we'll go ahead and I might just start going through your guys' stuff every night and whatever we get. I mean, I got a bunch of stuff we didn't even get into, but I don't know. It's been fun going through these things. We need to do it more. So thank you all. Appreciate you guys' company, your conversation, your peace and positivity. I appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow 2 times. We'll be back. And sleep tight and stay warm. It's just going to keep getting colder and colder. And this sucks. I'm already tired of winter, you know? I'm tired of it. And it's not even February. Ugh, it's gross. Good night, everybody.